Christine Rossum was born on October 25, 1975, in Tennessee, USA, but grew up in California and Virginia because her father's job required them to relocate frequently. Christine had 2 siblings, and in her early teens, she attended an all-girls boarding school where she began to engage in behaviors such as drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Christine had started using methamphetamine when she was 17 years old in 1992. In 1994, she enrolled in a university, hoping to break free from illegal substance use. However, following a relapse, she dropped out and moved to San Diego. Her life changed in 1995. When she met Gregory DeVillers, she appeared to have overcome her problems with illegal substances and was on her way to starting a family. Kristen married Gregory in 1999 after graduating with honors from San Diego State University in 1998. She became a toxicologist and worked for the city's medical examiner's office. Despite initial difficulties, it appeared that Kristen had successfully turned her life around and was on a positive path. However, not all endings are happy. Christine Rossum, a 25-year-old woman, made a distress call to 911 at 9:22 p.m. on November 6, 2000, a Monday, from her home in San Diego, California, located in the United States. In her call, she reported that her 26-year-old husband, Gregory DeVillers, was not breathing and allegedly committed suicide. The emergency dispatcher instructed Kristen to perform CPR, but despite her efforts and the arrival of paramedics and police, Gregory was declared dead. Christine and Gregory had only been married for about 17 months. According to Kristen's statement to the police that evening, Gregory appeared drowsy, which he attributed to the effects of cold medication. Christine went on to say that she took a bath and came out to find Gregory lying on the bed, not breathing. Gregory was found on the bedroom floor, surrounded by scattered rose petals, which puzzled the police. A wedding photo was near his pillow, and Kristen's crumpled diary pages were strewn across the floor. Christine claimed she had moved Gregory to the floor in order to perform CPR. The police compared the situation to a scene from the film American Beauty because of its peculiarities. When the paramedics first arrived, Christine informed them that her husband Gregory had not used drugs. However, she later changed her statement, stating that he may have consumed oxycodone. When they arrived at the hospital, Christine told a nurse she suspected Gregory had overdosed on oxycodone. The police investigated the possibility that Gregory's death was caused by an accidental overdose of cold medicines and oxycodone. In their conversations with Christine, they discovered that Gregory was distressed, indicating that their marriage appeared to be on the rocks. This led Christine to initially suggest to the police that he had committed suicide, and as an additional avenue of investigation, the scattered rose petals surrounding Gregory's body were remnants from a bouquet he had given her for her birthday on October 25. She believed that the use of these petals represented the end of their marriage, with one surviving rose serving as the source. Gregory's family, as well as others on the night his body was discovered, questioned the idea of suicide. On November 8, one of Kristen's co-workers, Russ Lowe, contacted the police, marking a significant turning point in the investigation. He revealed Kristen was having an extramarital affair with her manager, altering the course of the police investigation. Gregory and I met in 1995 and got married in 1999. Kristen, who had previously struggled with methamphetamine abuse, changed her life with Gregory's help and graduated with honors in biochemistry. In March 2000, she was hired as a toxic ecologist at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office. Meanwhile, Gregory pursued a career in biotechnology. Kristen began working at the OME. Michael Robertson, an Australian citizen, took over as forensic laboratory manager, succeeding Russ Lowe. Russ, who'd been serving as the acting laboratory manager, had been with the OME for a long time. The decision to appoint Michael to the permanent position rather than Russ created tension in the laboratory. The atmosphere became even more strained when it was revealed to employees that Kristen and Michael, both married, were having an extramarital affair. In October 2000, some employees expressed concern about the possibility of Kristen receiving preferential treatment. Kristen resumed her methamphetamine use a few months after the revelations. Police investigations revealed that on November 2, 2000, just 4 days before Gregory was discovered dead, he confronted Kristen about her use of prohibited substances and his suspicions about her affair. Gregory insisted on her resignation from the OME, threatening to reveal her use of prohibited substances and the affair to her employer if she refused. Following Gregory's death, an autopsy was performed, which included toxicology tests. The medical examiner, Dr. Blackburn, determined that Gregory died of acute fentanyl intoxication. The toxicology results showed that Gregory's autopsy specimens contained extremely high levels of fentanyl, as well as smaller amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone. When asked about the source of the fentanyl, Christine claimed ignorance. However, the police were aware that Christine had access to fentanyl as a toxicologist. The police speculated that Kristen may have secretly administered the fentanyl to Gregory, resulting in his poisoning. They developed a case based on medical and toxicological evidence. Kristen was charged with first-degree murder and pleaded not guilty. During the trial, Kristen's parents, Ralph Rossum and Claremont McKenna, mortgaged their home to secure her $1.25 million bail. However, their financial commitment prevented them from affording a private attorney. As a result, the court appointed a public defender to represent Kristen, and the prosecution claimed that Kristen murdered Gregory because he threatened to expose her use of illegal substances and affair with Michael Robertson to her employer. The prosecution claims Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl, a potent synthetic opiate that is 80 times stronger than morphine. They speculated that she may have initially tried to harm him with clonazepam. But when that failed, she turned to fentanyl. The prosecution also claimed that Christine staged the bedroom suicide by tearing pages from her diary and strategically placing petals and a wedding photo around Gregory's body. The court learned that Kristen, who has a degree in biochemistry, allegedly used her knowledge of prohibited substances and chemistry to carry out the poisoning. The prosecution claimed Christine attempted to persuade her colleagues at the medical examiner's office, where she worked, that Gregory's death was a suicide. However, due to a conflict of interest, the case was transferred to another laboratory to conduct the toxicology tests, as the medical examiner's office is normally responsible for determining the cause of death in unusual cases. The prosecution described Kristen's activities on November 6 to the jury. She informed Gregory's employer of his absence and then went to work. Her co-workers reported that she was seen crying in Michael's office about an hour after arriving at work around 9 a.m. The apartment complex manager where Christine and Gregory lived testified that she returned to her apartment at 12:10 p.m. He was seen rushing inside. Later, at 12:41 p.m., she went to a local grocery store and purchased a few items. In the hours leading up to Gregory's death, she called Michael several times. Rose petals were discovered around Gregory's body, which Kristen attributed to the lone surviving rose from the bouquet he gave her for her birthday. However, the police revealed the receipt, which showed Kristen purchased a single rose on the same day Gregory died. The court learned about Gregory's death and the elevated fentanyl levels found in the tested sample. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the medical examiner for San Diego County, who performed Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been dead for at least an hour before paramedics arrived. Dr. Blackburn told the court that Gregory had early bronchopneumonia, which occurs when normal breathing processes fail to eliminate accumulated secretions in the lungs due to unconsciousness or shallow breathing. Furthermore, Dr. Blackburn revealed that Gregory's bladder contained a large amount of urine. If Gregory had been conscious, he would have found this condition uncomfortable. As a result, Dr. Blackburn concluded that Gregory's breathing had been inadequate for 6 to 12 hours prior to his death. During his testimony, Dr. Blackburn clarified that the amount of clonazepam discovered in Gregory's blood did not constitute an overdose and was deemed non-fatal by medical standards. The court was told that the presence of fentanyl, particularly at such high levels, was uncommon, and the medical examiner's office rarely includes it in routine tests. However, due to a conflict of interest, the samples were sent to Pacific Toxicology, which performed fentanyl-specific tests. I support the prosecution. Dr. Theodore Stanley gave testimony. Dr. Stanley explained that fentanyl is a powerful and fast-acting pain reliever, emphasizing a serious side effect: the potential for respiratory failure, which causes a person to stop breathing. Dr. Stanley testified that the rate at which fentanyl takes effect is dependent on how it is administered. The peak effect occurs about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral consumption, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley informed the court that fentanyl is typically not administered orally because the liver destroys approximately 65 of it, leaving only 35 in the bloodstream. However, when asked how fentanyl entered Gregory's body, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive answer. Dr. Stanley proposed that the Gregory system's varying concentration levels, combined with evidence of him being unconscious and breathing shallowly for an extended period of time prior to his death, indicated that fentanyl may have been administered to him multiple times. The prosecution, while unable to provide a definitive explanation for how Kristen poisoned Gregory, suggested that she may have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he slept. The court was informed that following Gregory's death and the discovery of fentanyl use, the Office of the Medical Examiner performed an audit of its impounded drugs and drug standards. This audit discovered the disappearance of 15 fentanyl patches and 10 milligrams of fentanyl standard. Furthermore, the audit revealed that Kristen had logged into the fentanyl standard and was involved in all 3 cases where the missing fentanyl patches were impounded. The Office of the Medical Examiner also discovered unaccounted for quantities of methamphetamine, clonazepam, and OxyContin, a time-released form of oxycodone. The defense argued that Kristen was innocent. They admitted that fentanyl was the cause of Gregory's death. However, the defense claimed that he committed suicide due to depression caused by his marital problems. During the trial, Kristen testified for herself. She told the court that when she awoke on November 6, Gregory appeared disoriented. At 7:42 a.m., she notified his employer of his illness and absence from work. Kristen stated that she went to work and then returned home to check on Gregory. They ate lunch together after midday. According to Kristen's testimony, she inquired about Gregory's previous condition, and he admitted to taking some of her oxycodone and clonazepam. After lunch, he went back to bed, and she went back to work, leaving at 2:30 p.m. She returned to the apartment, met with Michael, and then returned around 5 p.m. She left again at 6:30 p.m. for errands. Kristen claimed she returned at 8 p.m. I took a bath. Kristen testified that she entered the bath believing Gregory was asleep, only to discover he was not breathing when she got out. At that point, she dialed 911. During cross-examination, the prosecutor characterized Kristen's account as bizarre. She admitted to previous lies, including those about her use of prohibited substances. The prosecutor emphasized that fentanyl, which is difficult to detect, was an ideal poison. Kristen, who was exposed to such substances through her work, was well aware of them. Despite Dr. Blackboard's testimony that the clonus levels in Gregory's blood were not fatal, the defense contended that the combination of oxycodone and clonazepam could have a synergistic effect, increasing their potency. However, this explanation did not answer the question of how fentanyl was consumed or why such high levels were found. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Kristen of first-degree murder and murder under special circumstances due to the use of poison. She was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Kristen appealed her conviction. During the appeals court proceedings, it was revealed that her own defense team had made errors. Her lawyers admitted that, while they acknowledged fentanyl as the cause of death, they did not request testing for fentanyl metabolites in the autopsy samples. This test could have determined whether Gregory ingested fentanyl or if the presence of fentanyl in the samples was due to laboratory contamination after his death. If the fentanyl had only been found in the samples and not in Gregory's body, the prosecution's claim that fentanyl caused his death would have been false. The question is, how can fentanyl be present only in the samples? Is there a risk of laboratory contamination if the medical examiner's office sends the samples to a different lab for testing? The appeals court discovered that there was a break in the chain of evidence involving the samples. The appeals court discovered that the samples designated as specimens extracted from Gregory's body were stored in an unsealed cardboard box. The intended procedure was for immediate transportation to the sheriff's office, followed by transfer to an external laboratory. However, because the designated recipient was not available at the sheriff's office, the box containing the samples was kept in the medical examiner's office instead. Approximately 36 hours later, it was transported to the sheriff's crime lab. The central argument presented to the appeals court was that during this time period, when the samples were stored in the OMA, anyone with a key to the building could potentially access them. This raised the possibility that fentanyl had been added to the samples posthumously, casting doubt on the theory that fentanyl caused Gregory's death. Kristen contended that there was a motive to contaminate the samples and frame her for murder, citing personal relationships and tensions among OMI employees. Christine cited an incident on November 8, 2000, in which Michael, one of the individuals connected to the OMI, allegedly told a toxicologist at the OMI that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. Kristen's trial lawyers made a mistake by failing to challenge the prosecution's claim that her husband died of a fentanyl overdose, according to a 3-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeal. They claimed that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites rather than accepting the prosecution's story. However, they did not overturn the conviction, but instead returned the case to federal court for a hearing to determine whether the defense error could have changed the trial outcome. Nonetheless, following a subsequent decision by the U.S. Supreme Court emphasizing federal court deference to state court decisions in such matters, the appeals court panel declined to order the hearing in Kristen's case. As a result, her appeal was denied, and she remains in prison. Michael Robertson, who was identified as a co-conspirator during Kristen's trial, returned to Australia and founded a forensics consulting firm. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Gail Katz was born March 8, 1956, in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up with 2 other siblings, a sister and a brother. Despite excelling academically as a teenager and graduating a year ahead of her peers, Gail's life took a different turn when she started college. Instead of focusing on her academic success, she became involved in a partying lifestyle, which led to her decision to drop out. This decision deeply disappointed her conservative parents, who held traditional beliefs about life. They believed Gail's only chance for a successful future was to marry a wealthy man. Gail's mother, who worked in the hospital emergency department, strongly encouraged her to pursue a doctor as a life partner, but Gail refused, preferring socializing and dating over a committed relationship. Gail eventually lost control of her life, dealing with depression and attempting suicide several times. Despite her family's initial surprise, Gail introduced them to a man named Robert Birnbaum, who they had met through mutual friends. Dr. Birnbaum, a young and promising individual, seemed to be the perfect match for Gail and her family. Coming from a successful cardiologist father, he pursued a career in medicine and completed his plastic surgery residency at Brooklyn Maimonides Medical Center. Aside from his impressive educational background, Robert had charm, linguistic skills, and a passion for skiing. But his greatest passion was aviation. He had a pilot's license and frequently planned romantic airborne dates for Gail. She enjoyed these adventures, and he appreciated her genuine interest in his hobbies. As a result, their bond grew rapidly, ultimately leading to their marriage. However, like many love stories, theirs did not end happily ever after. On July 7, 1985, a Sunday, Robert Birnbaum arrived alone at his sister's home in Montclair, New Jersey, USA, around 6:30 p.m. It was his nephew's birthday, and his sister had organized a celebration for him. Robert and his wife, Gail Katz, were invited to the event. However, Robert informed his sister and father that Gail would not be accompanying him due to a disagreement they had earlier that day. According to Robert, Gail, they left their Manhattan apartment at around 11 a.m. to visit Central Park, and she hadn't returned home by the time he left for the party, so he went alone. On his way home from the celebration, Robert stopped at the home of his friend, Dr. Scott Barron. At this point, Robert appeared distressed and attempted to call his apartment's landline several times without success. He told Scott about the morning's argument with Gail, noting that she had left in casual attire and had not communicated with him since. When Robert returned to his Manhattan apartment, he found Gail missing. He contacted her former psychology teacher, Dr. Yvette Face, to talk about the argument. Robert informed Yvette that Gail had left earlier that day to sunbathe at Central Park. Yvette advised him to contact the police and inquire with the apartment complex's doorman about Gail's whereabouts, which Robert agreed to do. The following evening, July 8, at 9 p.m., Robert contacted Detective Virgilio Dalsos for the first time. He informed the detective that Gail had left the apartment at 11 a.m. He had last spoken with her the day before and had not heard from her since. Robert explained that he waited for Gail at their apartment until 5:30 p.m., but she did not return, so he left for his nephew's party at his sister's house. Robert was the last known person to see Gail. The detective urged him to provide as many details as possible to help find her. Robert mentioned to the detective that Gail had previously attempted suicide. He also expressed concern to friends that Gail may have harmed herself, citing information from her therapist, Dr. Sybil Baran, who allegedly informed him of Gail's suicidal tendencies. The search for Gail began, but the police encountered significant challenges due to a lack of solid leads. Despite their efforts to obtain additional information from Robert, he did not respond to their repeated messages until July 10 days after she was reported missing. During his conversation with Detective O'Malley, Robert inquired about the status of the investigation and agreed to meet 3 days later to go over the details of the last time he saw Gail. As time passed, police became increasingly concerned that Robert was withholding critical information. Several incidents concerned them, including an encounter on July 14 when some of Gail's friends, including Marian S.R., were actively looking for her and distributing missing person posters. During this conversation, Robert mentioned to Marianne that he thought Gail was on a week-long shopping spree at Bloomingdale's, which raised red flags for investigators. On another occasion, he made an odd remark to Gail's mother about the cats becoming ill and the need to clean the rug. They found it peculiar. The details he recounted about the events of July 7 differed depending on whom he spoke with. Interestingly, he did not notify the police about the argument he had with Gail on Sunday morning before her departure at 11 a.m., despite telling his family and some friends. Instead, he told the police that the argument occurred the night before she went missing, citing financial issues as the reason. He claimed that they reconciled afterward. He even mentioned a romantic dinner he prepared for Gail when they returned to their apartment on July 6, stating that she went to Central Park the next morning at 11 a.m. Despite repeated questioning by police to ensure he disclosed all events of July 7, he maintained that he remained in the apartment until leaving for the party at 5:30 p.m. This contradicted what he told Gail's friends, who claimed he searched for her in Central Park between 11 a.m. and 5:30 p.m., even after claiming to have found her towel and suntan oil. Despite the importance of this information in Gail's disappearance, he did not inform the police. Robert informed the detective that he had spoken with the doorman at their apartment complex, who remembered seeing Gail leave around 11 a.m. However, I will not be returning. However, when confronted by the police, the doorman claimed he had not seen Robert or Gail that day. Furthermore, when Detective Dalzis requested a search of Gail's apartment in July following her initial disappearance report, Robert only responded on September 12 and allowed entry on September 30. However, due to limitations, the police were not permitted to search for blood or hair samples. As suspicions grew about Robert's possible involvement in Gail's disappearance, police investigated their marriage and discovered a far from perfect relationship, described as toxic by acquaintances. The relationship was not always turbulent. They met in the early 1980s while Gail was a college student and Robert was a surgical resident in Manhattan. Robert initially went to great lengths to impress Gail, demonstrating his skills as a pilot and his fluency in multiple languages, which appeared romantic. The relationship was initially described as magical. However, things changed, and they began arguing more frequently in the months preceding Gail's disappearance. Gail's sister, Elaine Katz, told the police that she witnessed Robert forcefully feeding Gail food at a restaurant, which deeply disturbed her. This was only one of several concerning incidents discovered by the police. Both friends and family described Robert as controlling, and Gail confided in a neighbor that she was uncomfortable at home. Gail had previously filed a police report alleging that Robert choked her unconscious after catching her smoking on the balcony. Although Gail stayed with Robert after he agreed to see a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist later sent her a letter warning her that Robert could be a serious threat to her life. Gail had begun a new relationship and decided to leave shortly before her disappearance was reported. Robert told a friend that she planned to inform him of her decision to leave and file for divorce on July 7. She also stated that if Robert refused to cooperate and agreed to a settlement, she would reveal the letter she received from his psychiatrist warning her about the potential danger he posed, possibly even showing it to his colleagues. The police concluded that the accumulation of circumstantial evidence pointed to Robert's involvement in Gail's disappearance. However, a significant obstacle remained. Gail had yet to be found. The search for Gail continued as her family and friends worked to uncover the truth about her appearance. However, Robert seemed unconcerned. He spent a lot of time in the Hamptons, attending parties and developing relationships with other women. In September 1985, a woman named Dr. Roberta Karnofsky moved in with him at their marital home, and they were together for about a year. Despite ongoing efforts, no trace of Gail could be found, and no arrests were made. Although no arrests had been made, Chief Investigator Detective Andy Rosenzweig was still conducting an active and ongoing investigation into Gail's disappearance. Detective Rosenzweig revisited the evidence, aware of Robert's love of flying and his license as a pilot, and focused on checking flight logs at the New Jersey airport. It was known that Robert frequently rented planes. An investigation into the records revealed that on July 7, 1985, at 4:30 p.m., he rented a Cessna 172 plane from Caldwell Airport in Fairfield, New Jersey, and returned it after 1 hour and 56 minutes. However, Robert had changed the date on his own flight log to the next day, July 8. Detective Rosenzweig's discovery sparked concerns. Why did Robert try to conceal the flight? Detective Rosenzweig suspected Robert of killing Gail and disposing of her body in the Atlantic Ocean. Robert's flight record showed that he had enough time to fly 165 miles across a portion of the ocean. However, without Gail's body, the district attorney's office believed there was insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. For years, after Gail went missing in May 1989, a torso washed up on Staten Island. At the time, DNA testing was not available. Instead, an X-ray technician compared an old chest X-ray to the torso and determined it belonged to Gail. The torso was released to Gail's family, who held a funeral service for her. Despite this identification, no charges were filed, and Robert moved to Las Vegas, where he established a successful plastic surgery practice, continued to date, and became well known in the community. He married Janet Sally in 1996, and the couple later moved to North Dakota, where they have a daughter. Despite Robert's apparent departure, Detective Rosenzweig was haunted by the unsolved case of Gail's disappearance and decided to reopen it a decade later when forensic DNA analysis was available. With Gail's family's permission, the torso was exhumed for testing, which eventually revealed that it did not belong to Gail. Despite the absence of Gail's body, the police and DAs believed they had enough evidence to arrest and charge Robert with second-degree murder. Robert pleaded not guilty to the charges. The case against Robert was based solely on circumstantial evidence. No eyewitnesses, forensic evidence, confessions, or bodies were present. Nonetheless, the prosecution claimed that, despite the circumstantial nature of the evidence, it clearly pointed to one conclusion. They contended that Roberts murdered Gail in their apartment after learning of her intention to leave him. According to police, Robert spent hours dismembering Gail's body before flying it over the ocean between Montauk Point, New York, and Cape May, New Jersey. The prosecution's task was to persuade the jury that Robert could dispose of the body while piloting the plane, claiming that he acted alone. To support their argument, they presented 4 expert witnesses as well as a video demonstrating how such an act could be accomplished. The jury heard testimony from 4 expert witnesses: New York City's chief medical examiner, an experienced New York City police pilot and aviation safety inspector, and an airline transport pilot flight instructor and FAA flight test examiner. They claimed that Robert, a surgical resident and pilot, could easily dismember a body the size of Gail's 5 feet, 3 inches, and 110 pounds in 10 minutes. They also testified that he could pack her dismembered limbs into a flight bag and transport them through an unmonitored rear exit of his apartment building before walking 2 blocks to his car and noticing. The experts also stated that Robert could load the flight bag onto the Cessna 172 plane without being detected and fly it over the Atlantic Ocean to dispose of the scale's remains. They noticed that the rented plane was relatively simple to operate. The prosecution presented evidence of motive to the jury, revealing Gail's affair and desire to leave Robert. She had made plans, borrowed money, and was determined to leave on July 7. The court learned that Robert did not notify anyone, including his family, of his flying activities on that day. The altered flight log was presented as evidence that he flew the next day. However, the court was informed of the tumultuous nature of Robert and Gail's relationship, including allegations of domestic violence. Robert had previously described their arguments as intense and volatile. There were reports of him expressing hatred for Gail and making statements implying a desire to harm her testimony, revealing both direct and perceived threats made by Robert in the autumn of 1983. Gail contacted her cousin Hillard Weiss, an attorney, and told him that she and Robert had a heated argument during which he choked her, knocking her out for the first time, though it was not the first time he had choked her. Additionally, Gail's therapist, Dr. Sybil Baran, testified. Despite Robert's claims that Gail was suicidal, Dr. Baran stated that she had never discussed such concerns with Robert and did not believe Gail was suicidal. The defense argued that Robert was innocent, describing Gail as having mental health issues, drug addiction, and unstable relationships with other men. They called a witness who claimed to have seen Gail in a bagel shop a few days after she went missing. However, the prosecution told the jury that the witness's description of the woman did not match Gail's. After 5.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Robert appealed the verdict, but was ultimately unable to overturn it. After serving 20 years of his sentence, Robert confessed for the first time during a parole board hearing in 2020. He admitted to killing Gail and throwing her body out of an airplane, which was consistent with the prosecution's theory of events. Robert described how they argued, and he became overwhelmed, eventually attacking and strangling Gail. He then flew an airplane, opened the door, and dumped her body over the ocean. When questioned about his motivation for the murder, Robert blamed it on his immaturity and inability to control his anger effectively. Despite his confession, Gail's body has never been found. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police discovered human remains. Part of the torso was discovered in a vacant lot near the city's exit. A few days later, bags containing arms and legs were discovered in various areas of the capital. The fact that there were no fingers on the limbs was horrifying. The police sounded the alarm. Apparently, a particularly violent criminal was operating in the region. Squads of officers were formed and patrolled the streets. The main goal was to find the unfortunate man's head and limbs and prevent future crimes. At the time, everyone was certain that this was the work of a brutal serial killer. The fingers and head were never located. However, the professional work of forensic experts revealed that the remains belonged to the same person. However, the absence of fingers and teeth made it impossible to determine who this person was. The story takes place in North America, with the main character, Alejandra La Fuente, a stunning brunette with gorgeous hair and bright brown eyes that highlight her thick black tar lashes. She had an athletic, trim figure, which he attempted to maintain through fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. Alejandra enjoys taking care of herself. She could frequently be seen at a beauty salon, massage spa, or spa. In warm weather, she lounged on the beach doing scientific research, and on cloudy days she could go to tanning salons. Overall, we can conclude that the young woman adored herself and saw herself as the pinnacle of female attractiveness. Alejandra did not lag behind in her career. Her father, Alberto La Fuente, is a doctor of sciences and a well-known psychiatrist. He is a scientific luminary who works on psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia and manic depression. He is also well known for his experiments on patients, in addition to his scientific work. Alejandra regarded her father as an idol. She followed in his footsteps, hoping to achieve the same level of success. She enrolled in the best university for psychiatry and graduated with honors. Her perseverance, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence, combined with her father's connections, assisted her in writing and defending her thesis on manic syndrome. Alejandra did not, however, pursue a career in psychiatry. Instead, she was drawn to the work of a psychotherapist. With her father's money, the young woman obtained a license and established her office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. There were plenty of clients, but she only saw women. Women with eating disorders, depression, relationship problems, and low self-esteem sought counseling. Alejandra helped to resolve family issues. However, as is often the case, her personal life left a lot to be desired. The young woman's first marriage failed, but the couple did have 2 children, 2 lovely girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. However, Alejandra was not discouraged. She did not believe that having 2 children was an excuse to abandon herself. She still hoped to meet her other half, a man who could be a good father to her daughters. After the couple separated, Alejandra's ex-husband, whose name is unknown, returned home. It was a common practice for the couple. The man would come on weekends to spend time with his daughters and assist his ex-wife with household chores as needed. However, the ex-husband had no idea this would be his last visit. Alejandra asked him to enter the house from the backyard, claiming that the front door lock was jammed. The man entered the house. Alejandra explained that her youngest daughter was currently bathing and invited him into her bathroom. The man went in with no suspicions. There was a ringing silence throughout the house. There were no sounds, just the usual cartoons and children's laughter. The man entered the bathroom. There was tape on the floor and no daughter in the filled bathtub. He became aware that something was going wrong. Right at that moment, his ex-wife appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, and delivered a powerful blow to his head. The man fell, and blood poured out of the gaping hole in his skull. Everything around him was blood-stained. As the experts later discovered, the man had no chance of saving himself. Death occurred almost immediately following the first blow from a heavy, blunt object. The eldest daughter, who had unexpectedly returned early from a friend, was an unwitting witness to this truly horrifying scene. The children frequently witnessed their parents' quarrels. Alejandra was determined to be mentally disturbed. She frequently took it out on her friends, who noticed how the young woman could hit her husband. They frequently noticed scratches on his arms and neck. The housemates were constantly observing her temper tantrums and poor behavior, but this time the situation spiraled out of control. The daughter dashed out of the house and began calling for help. Almost immediately, a neighbor came running and called the police. The psychologist has been arrested and charged with murder. At the station, the young woman was placed in a cell and had to stay there for a month until her first hearing. Alejandra denied guilt during the trial. Lawyers proposed a version of self-defense. According to them, Alejandra's ex-husband was extremely jealous of her and made up stories about her bringing men into the house, which could have a negative impact on the psyche of young girls. On the day of the crime, he showed up unexpectedly at his ex-wife's house and entered through the back door, hoping to catch her with another man. Then he pounced on Alejandra, who was in the bathroom attempting to put together a nightstand. She then had to use self-defense, and he delivered 2 blows to the back of her ex-husband's head. On June 14, 2012, the sentence was imposed based on the defense's evidence and the presence of 2 minor children. Alejandra was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months. Thanks to the coordination of lawyers and his father's money, a suspended sentence replaced the term behind bars. A few months later, the appeal was filed again, this time requesting that the charges be dropped. The claim was that the assault was in self-defense. Human rights activists demanded a jury trial and felt deeply sorry for the poor woman, who was presented as a victim of domestic violence. As a result, the court reviewed the case and acquitted the accused. After her release, the young woman continued to provide her psychological counseling. She portrayed Alejandra as a victim of gender inequality who fought for her rights in the same way that most women in North America do, and this image helped her gain even more popularity with potential clients. Maria Alejandra soon met Alan Carrera Cuella, a prominent Mexican businessman and the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. He was a tall, attractive, and statuesque man. His father had previously served as the Central District's head of special services, where he had achieved considerable success. Alan quickly expanded his business, establishing a nationwide chain of construction stores. A portion of Alan's business was legalized. The other part, which few people knew about, was closely related to crime. By the way, his father was removed from his position because one of his son's financial frauds was discovered. In addition, Alan had a stake in a criminal organization that transported psychotropic substances to the United States. Their base was in a border town and was patrolled by newly hired police officers. This group controlled a small portion of the South's psychoactive substance trafficking. Alan's father was proven to be involved in his son's affairs. The police were able to obtain a statement from him, and he faced a 20-year prison sentence. However, Adrian Carrera was released early on July 18, 2000, as a result of the Witness Protection Program. Following his release, he devoted all of his time to his son and his legitimate business. The son matured quickly, adopting his father's perspectives and experiences. After graduating from college, Alan Carrera decided to follow in his father's footsteps as an entrepreneur. He was very interested in the store of household appliances, and despite his young age, he completely let himself in. This business was not as large as his father's, but it provided a good income. There were always a lot of women around him, but Alan had been in love with a classmate who he thought was smart, beautiful, and came from a good family since childhood. The marriage was brief but bright. Daddy had a gorgeous daughter. However, a lot of work and Alan's almost complete absence from home caused this marriage to end. It was extremely difficult for Alan to part with a woman he had loved since high school. New novels did not bring pleasure, and loneliness and sadness drove the man to drink. This became a bad habit over time. Alan tried many things to cope with his long-term depression and addiction to alcohol, including books, circles, and drips, until fate led him to a consultation with the famous psychiatrist Alberto, Maria Alejandra's father. Alan's now ex-wife was also dealing with a difficult divorce. Alan was the only male in the young woman's life. Despite their separation, she could not allow anyone else to be with her. To alleviate her loneliness, Alan's ex-wife also decided to see a therapist. The psychiatrist who rehabilitated Alan explained that he couldn't lead both spouses for ethical reasons and suggested the woman turn to Alejandra. However, he did not inform the clients that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly realized that her patient's ex-husband could be an ideal match. He was described as a pleasant man in his prime and quite wealthy. Alejandra did not think long before asking her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation. According to the therapist, she would be able to resolve their issue in one session and break the former spouse's strong bond. Alejandra began carrying out her plan to seduce the entrepreneur as soon as the steamy session began. The result did not last long. Following the session, Alan offered the therapist a cup of coffee to discuss family issues. The young woman initially refused to go on a date because she believed it violated medical ethics. However, their date took place on the same evening, and it quickly became an affair. Alan's ex-wife soon learned of the situation. She was shocked. She even planned to report the incident to the doctor's ethics committee. However, she didn't. Alejandra was a highly competent specialist who was able to persuade her client to let the situation go. After all, it indicates jealousy and a refusal to let go of the former spouse. As a result, the doctor believes that a happy future will be ineffective. Alan's ex-wife decided not to apply both during and after the commission sessions. Meanwhile, the relationship with the newly married couple progressed quickly. A few months after their first date, the young couple decided to live together. After 2 more months, they decided to formalize their relationship, but Alan had no idea what skeletons he had in his closet that were hiding his fiancée. What were her reasons for divorcing her ex-husband? In April 2014, Alan decided to spend the weekend with his parents and flew there. It became an excellent opportunity to talk about his beloved and the upcoming wedding. Alan's parents were taken aback that they would learn such important information so late. They had never heard of Alejandra in their son's life, which seemed strange. A week after meeting with the parents, the marriage was registered. Interestingly, Alejandra asked her husband not to contact her friends and family. No invitations were sent. The wedding was supposed to be modest, and the budget didn't allow for inviting everyone one would have liked. However, as it turned out, the bride's father did attend the wedding ceremony. Initially, the young family's life appeared to be a fairy tale, young and happy with a lot of plans and desires. However, it did not last long. Alejandra was unable to conceal her hysterical personality as she approached the horrifying conclusion of this story, but no one suspected it yet. The newlyweds' relationship began to undergo dramatic changes. Alan was a very private person, and details about his personal life were not shared with his friends. As a result, very little was known about the couple's personal lives. However, it was clear that the former relationship had cracked, and the couple no longer appeared to be happy. After meeting Alejandra, Alan distanced himself from his family. The final straw was the wedding, to which parents were not invited. Following that, they stopped calling each other. Alan's remaining friends began to notice that his wife became more nervous. sometimes acting inappropriately and quickly losing her temper. After a few such incidents, Alan felt ashamed and decided to limit joint meetings. Family quarrels occurred on a daily basis and were almost always without merit. According to her own testimony, Alejandra decided to access her husband's cell phone one evening. As is often the case, correspondence with some women was discovered to contain racy content. Of course, it was impossible to ignore such things. According to Alejandra, this was the final straw. She claimed in court that her husband beat, insulted, and humiliated her in every way possible. When cheating was discovered, it became pointless to save the marriage. For unknown reasons, Alejandra attempted to save the relationship by using non-traditional psychotherapy techniques. After thinking about her husband's cheating, the young woman decided to deal with Alan using a method she was already familiar with. As soon as she made this decision, her entire attention could be focused on devising the perfect murder plot. Meanwhile, Alan maintained his usual, measured pace of life. He had no idea what was in store for him. Alan still communicated infrequently with his family, but he couldn't miss the family's annual feast to celebrate his beloved grandfather's birthday. Alan, of course, attended the feast, but his parents made it clear that his wife was not the most welcome guest in their home. This situation irritated Alejandra and aggravated the couple's relationship. Was it possible that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive? Dated October 31, 2014. Alan last used his phone to send a text message to his family informing them that he had arrived home safely from his birthday party. He has not communicated since then. He hadn't been seen at work in several days either. This was quite unusual because it had never happened before. The entrepreneur took extreme responsibility for his work. And soon, the opening of a new store was anticipated, making the presence of the head absolutely necessary. The reason for this was the spouse's terrifying plan, which she carried out. After Alan returned from his vacation, there was another scandal, which prompted Alejandra to immediately dispose of her husband. She added a powerful sleeping pill to the milky tea she used to drink before bed. Then she smothered him with the pillow. She enjoyed watching her husband gradually lose consciousness in a pitiful attempt to remove the pillow and breathe. Then came the most difficult part, getting rid of the body. She had not had time to prepare for this moment. Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. The time was short. So Alejandra dashed to the neighbor's vegetable garden to retrieve an electric saw. With a grim smile on her face, she attempted to cut her husband's body apart. Only a genuine sadist would do such a thing. She then placed the body parts in garbage bags and had the foresight to cut off fingers and pull teeth. It was these that would aid the investigation in identifying the person, if the body was discovered. Alejandra attempted to remove the corpse from the house without suspicion by stuffing all of the bags into suitcases, but she was unsuccessful. As dawn broke, Alejandra was unable to leave the house with the suitcase unnoticed. An elderly neighbor with insomnia watched her from her window. She was a little concerned about the young woman's early departure. Besides, for some reason, her husband did not help lift the heavier suitcases, and Alejandra was acting strangely. She was constantly looking around. Alejandra returned home around dawn. This surprised the vigilant neighbor even more. As it turned out, she had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains throughout various neighborhoods to conceal her tracks. As the new day dawned, she resumed her normal life. On November 6, 2014, Mexican police officers made the first horrifying discovery: a human torso with no teeth and no fingers on the hand. The entire police force was put on high alert because the incident was so brutal. Less than a day later, other body parts were discovered throughout the city. It is also noteworthy that the distance between the locations where the packages were discovered was quite significant. Later, this would be attributed to Alejandra's prolonged absence from home. All body parts were sent to the best forensic laboratory, where experts quickly determined that they all belonged to the same person. In order to avoid suspicion, the perpetrator began sending messages to Alan's relatives. She attempted to avoid suspicion, but she only made matters worse. She had no idea that her husband had recently distanced himself from the family and had no contact with his relatives. Alejandra informed Alan's parents on his behalf that they were going on vacation and would be out of contact. Alejandra's father ruined the entire plan. Alberto began calling Alan's father's house, wanting to know if his son-in-law's family knew where Alejandra was. Alberto hadn't heard from her in a while, and the patients are concerned about not being able to attend counseling sessions. Later, he calls Alan's relatives again to inform them that his daughter has been found and has been forcibly admitted to the clinic because she is depressed as a result of her husband's infidelity. This alarmed the relatives, who attempted to locate Alan but were unsuccessful, prompting the businessman's family to contact the police. The laboratory experts decided to compare the recently discovered corpse to Alan's characteristics. The similarity was 100, and his relatives also identified him. It was especially difficult for Alan's grandfather immediately following the identification. He became ill with heart disease because he was his only grandchild. The investigation issued a search warrant for Alan's residence and office. A hillock of fresh earth was discovered in the backyard of the house. After some digging, the man's fingers and teeth were discovered. The discovery further shocked the capital city. Alejandra was immediately apprehended. Blood traces were discovered in one of the rooms, as well as in the car's trunk and garage. Alejandra initially tried to avoid admitting her guilt. She hoped she'd be able to get away with it as freely as she had with her previous husband. But the investigation quickly resolved the case. The testimony of an elderly witness was helpful. The time she gave matched Alan's estimated time of death. Alexandria took advantage of her position to obtain a powerful sleeping pill, the type of medication that only doctors could obtain. This aggravated the situation. The evidence obtained helped to establish a link between Alexandria and her husband's brutal murder. CCTV cameras also helped to determine that the man entered the house and never left. CCTV footage confirmed that the suitcases had been taken out. On December 10, 2014, the jury returned its verdict. Alejandra was sentenced to life in prison for murder with brutality and attempted to conceal the fact by using her official position. All of this was unfavorable to her father, the former psychotherapist who attempted to save his daughter from imprisonment through connections and bribes, but was also unable to assist. However, he was only able to keep the trial hidden from the public and the press in order to avoid further publicity. However, he did everything for the sake of his own career. Now, few people will consult a specialist who raised such a ruthless monster and failed to diagnose problems with his own daughter in a timely manner. The death of Alejandra's first husband was also brought up during the trial. However, due to the passage of time, the evidence in this case was not discovered. The version about Alejandra's father's involvement in the events was also considered. There were suspicions that he colluded with his daughter and committed crimes for scientific reasons. However, there's no evidence to support this idea. Following several appeals from the victims, the sentence was commuted to death. This is an unprecedented situation. Such sentences are extremely uncommon in Mexico, particularly in these times. The defendant is also not entitled to a review of the proceedings. All of the accused property, including his home, must be given to the victim's family, who can be comforted by this, though, if the person cannot be brought back. Alejandra appears to have been a pragmatic and cruel woman. She had severe mental health issues, despite medical examinations denying this. She also relied on her father's influence and used her official position to carry out her maniacal plans. Impunity for her first crime had only released her. Alejandra felt invincible and continued to do evil. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this horrible woman hadn't been acquitted the first time, but it was too late to discuss it now. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Susie Cooper was at the Nag's Head pub in Heworth, York, United Kingdom on Thursday evening, March 18, 2009. She eagerly awaited the arrival of her dear friend, Claudia Lawrence, with whom she intended to share a drink, a common occurrence among close friends who felt more like sisters. Susie waited patiently, but Claudia was nowhere to be seen. Susie texted Claudia, concerned that she might be running late. However, after receiving no response, she decided to call Claudia, only to discover that the call went directly to voicemail. It seemed unusual for Claudia to miss their meeting, so Susie considered the possibility that Claudia had simply fallen asleep. Claudia worked as a chef at the University of York, which required her to arrive early due to the nature of her work. After getting the job, she moved to Earthworth Road, where she lived alone in a modest terrace house enjoying her solitude. Claudia enjoyed participating in a variety of activities. She frequently socialized with friends at the Nag's Head pub and spent time honing her horseback riding skills, which she had developed since she was a child. Claudia had a pony as a child, and her family's home in Malton, a North Yorkshire market town, included a paddock. Her upbringing was filled with joy and fulfillment because she was the youngest of two girls. Her sister, Ali, was 3 years older. Her senior Claudia's parents, Peter and Joan, provided them with a wonderful life and a good education, sending them to a private school for a comfortable upbringing. Aside from material comforts, Claudia and her sister learned the profound values of kindness and love. Their home became a haven for animals in need, instilling in Claudia a compassionate and nurturing attitude that she carried into adulthood. Despite her parents' divorce when she was an adult, Claudia remained close to both her father, a solicitor in town, and her mother. Claudia did not show up at Nag's Head that fateful night, and Susie became increasingly concerned as she had not heard from her. Susie decided to check in on Claudia again the next morning. Sensing that it was extremely unusual for Claudia to miss a meeting without communication. This time, her attempt to call Claudia resulted in a more unsettling discovery. Claudia's phone was switched off. Susie was immediately alarmed because Claudia was known for always carrying her phone with her and texting constantly. Susie, concerned about Claudia's well-being, contacted Peter and expressed her inability to reach her, concerned as well. Peter agreed to go to Claudia's house and investigate the situation. Fears persist that Claudia may have been involved in an accident at home or worse, faced a potential threat from an intruder. Peter took the initiative to contact the University of York, where Claudia was employed as a chef and was scheduled to work on Thursday. Unfortunately, the news he received was upsetting. Claudia did not show up for work that day. When Peter arrived at Claudia's house, he noticed that her slippers were neatly arranged by the door. The dishes were stacked, and her bed was perfectly made. Her passport and bank cards were present, as was the jewelry she wore on a regular basis outside of work. Her phone and rucksack were noticeably absent. Claudia always carried her rucksack to work, which she used to transport her chef's whites. This raised the unsettling possibility that she had left for work on March 18 as planned, and her failure to arrive suggested that something had gone wrong along the way. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Peter immediately contacted the police, officially reporting Claudia missing. The case revealed its peculiarities from the start, prompting an unusual response from the police. Despite Claudia's age of 35 and the lack of obvious signs of foul play, police launched an immediate search. In cases involving adults, particularly when there is no obvious evidence of wrongdoing, authorities may take a more patient approach, taking into account the possibility that individuals will take a break or some time for themselves and reappear later. However, in Claudia's case, the cops were inclined to believe otherwise. Claudia had last been seen on a Wednesday, after speaking with Peter and Joan on the phone that same night. Beyond that point, her whereabouts were a mystery, with no discernible clues. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police responded quickly, dispatching nearly 200 officers to search the area surrounding Claudia's home and the route she usually takes to work. They also thoroughly investigated the events of the day she was last seen, hoping to find any unusual occurrences that could shed light on her disappearance. Claudia was caught on COT TV leaving work just after 2:30 on the previous Wednesday. Her 45-minute walk to do her homework was captured on video by various CCTV cameras. During her walk, she posted a letter and was offered a ride by a colleague who saw her. Claudia declined the offer, returned home shortly before 3 p.m., briefly went inside, and was seen walking towards her house again 15 minutes later. Later that evening, Claudia made a routine phone call to her father, Peter, and then another to her mother, Joan. Both conversations were unremarkable, with no alarming or distressing content, and followed the usual pattern of their interactions. Claudia mentioned during the call with Joan that she was going to bed soon to prepare for an early morning shift that started at 6 a.m. They talked about how they were watching the same TV show, location, and plans for Mother's Day. Claudia ended the call with a casual good night, a seemingly routine exchange that tragically marked Joan and her daughter's final conversation. Claudia texted at 8:23 p.m. Claudia did not respond to a text message sent about an hour later by a friend from Cyprus. Her phone was turned off at 12:10 a.m. According to the police investigation, Claudia most likely awoke as planned the next morning, ready to leave her house with her backpack and phone. Law enforcement believes that an incident occurred on March 19th between Heworth Road and Goodrich College. A cyclist reported seeing a woman resembling Claudia conversing with a man near the Melrose Gate electricity substation at 5:35 a.m., which provided important information. This time coincided with Claudia's usual presence at that location, as the bridge was only a 10-minute walk from her house. The man identified by the police as a left-hand smoker was the focus of this sighting. Although this account appeared significant, the CCTV camera at the Melrose Gate shops, a little further along the route, did not capture any images of Claudia during that time period. Another witness reported seeing a man and a woman arguing on the grass verge beside a parked vehicle on University Way. Around the time Claudia was supposed to start work, despite police efforts, including searches of the area and public appeals for information, no one came forward with irrelevant information about the sightings. The investigations revealed nothing about Claudia's fate. There was no identifiable crime scene, and it remained unclear whether Claudia had been missing since Wednesday night, or if she actually left for work on Thursday morning. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Claudia's disappearance became more complex, leaving investigators and those concerned for her in a state of uncertainty. Several mistakes in handling the Claudia's case hampered the search efforts. One notable error was the distribution of a photograph of Claudia with blonde hair on the internet and through news agencies. Claudia had dark hair when she went missing, though. This misrepresentation may have caused confusion for those attempting to identify her. Claudia did not own a smartphone and had no social media accounts, which exacerbated the situation. The lack of digital traces made it difficult for the police to track her last movements, limiting their ability to establish a comprehensive timeline of events leading up to her disappearance. The police investigated CCTV footage in the vicinity of Claudia's home and discovered intriguing details. On Wednesday at 7:15 p.m., a man carrying a rucksack entered the alley behind Claudia's house and stayed for only a minute. What added to the oddity was his habit of stepping back and waiting for a passerby to pass before exiting, implying a desire to avoid being seen. Then at 5:07 a.m. on Thursday, another man was apprehended after entering and exiting the same alleyway in under a minute. Due to the low quality of the footage, it was unclear whether it was the same person in both instances. Strangely, no man ever came forward in relation to the sightings. At 5:42 a.m., Skeetfu AM KTV footage shows a light-colored Focus driving down Heworth Road towards Claudia's home. At some point, you can see the car's brake lights illuminate, indicating that the driver is braking. Police speculated that the driver of the vehicle may have pulled over to pick up Claudia from her home. However, neither the car nor its owner were found. Nothing of significant value was discovered while searching Claudia's house. However, an unidentified partial fingerprint was discovered in the vehicle, adding another layer of mystery to the investigation. 6 weeks after Claudia's disappearance, the police turned the case into a suspected murder investigation. The decision was based on the lack of evidence indicating whether Claudia was alive or dead. During the ongoing search for Claudia, media coverage changed, influencing public perception of the case. Initially, it centered on a hardworking and friendly young woman who went missing on her way to work, causing widespread concern and a shared desire to discover the truth. The scenario of a woman disappearing while commuting to work struck a chord, instilling fear and panic in the community because people can easily empathize with the possibility of such an incident occurring to anyone. The Claudia's case story took a dramatic turn as details about her private life emerged, revealing multiple relationships with men, some of whom were married. Some of the focus shifted from a missing beautiful and friendly girl to a missing homewrecker. Claudia's relationships included married men. Of course, they refused to cooperate with any investigation, so the case was shrouded in mystery, rumors, and allegations. Even today, some people refuse to share relevant information. Claudia's relationship should not have affected any of the coverage. Claudia was a single woman with no children, and her relationships should not have been the subject of headlines and sound bites. Those who knew Claudia described her as a loving and caring friend. The only reason her relationships matter is whether or not any of the men were involved in her disappearance. And that's why the secrecy surrounding some of those relationships has hampered efforts to locate Claudia. The truth is that on that Wednesday night, she may not have slept in her own home. She may have met someone, but they have not disclosed this information. The question that needs to be asked is, why not? Unfortunately, no answers have been provided, and Claudia's disappearance remains unsolved and a complete mystery. In a significant development, 5 years after Claudia's disappearance, the case moved forward in 2014. Police made their first arrests and searched locations related to the investigation. A house in North Shields, Tyneside, was searched, and a cellar was dug at an Icon pub in New York. Notably, Claudia's phone had been traced to the area in the weeks before her disappearance. The investigation into Claudia's disappearance took several turns, including the arrest of a 59-year-old man on suspicion of murder and a 46-year-old man on suspicion of perverting the course of justice. Nonetheless, both individuals were released without charge. A year later, 4 men frequenting the Nag's Head pub were arrested on suspicion of murder. Unfortunately, the case was not pursued due to a lack of evidence. Because of the lack of conclusive findings, the Claudia's case remains shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. The search for the truth has been fraught with false leads and dead ends. Claudia's family, who adored her, is now holding out hope that someone will come forward with vital information someday. Until then, the fate of their beloved daughter and sister is unknown, leaving them with the enduring hope that answers will emerge and bring closure to this long-standing mystery. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Friday, June 9, 2017, Yingjing Zhang, a 26-year-old from Nanping, China, was on his way to meet with the manager of an apartment complex to inspect a prospective residence. Having recently relocated to the United States in April 2017 to pursue further education, this marked a significant transition for Yingjing Zhang. She had never been to the United States or traveled outside of China before. In her home country, she lived with her parents and younger brother, and she meticulously planned her life, including an engagement and plans for an October 2017 wedding when she returned to China. Yang Yingjing's trip to the United States was inspired by an invitation from the University of Illinois, where she had previously earned a degree in China. The university invited her to visit as a scholar to continue her crop science research, with a focus on photosynthesis in soybeans and corn. Her long-term goals included earning a doctorate and returning to China to teach. Yang Ying moved into an on-campus apartment at the University of Illinois and lived independently at first. However, she planned to move to a different apartment on the opposite side of campus in order to get a lower rent and possibly find a roommate. The timing for apartment hunting was ideal, as many students were in the process of relocating, with some having finished their classes and others returning home for the summer vacation. As a result, by June 9, only a few students remained on campus. Yingjing Zhang spent the morning working before returning to her apartment for lunch. She had planned to meet with Ron Treadstone, the marketing manager for the One North apartment block, around 1:30 p.m. to secure a new residence. Yingjing Zhang texted Ron Treadstone about a delay and said she'd meet him at 2:10 p.m. 5 minutes later, she left her apartment and boarded the Tuline Miti bus. Because she did not drive, she chose to take the bus from the south to the north side of campus. The bus route took her from the orchard to her on-campus residence at Springfield and Matthew Streets. Yingjing Zhang disembarked there with the intention of connecting to the 22 Limited, which would take her to the north. However, when she got off the bus, she found herself on the north side of Springfield rather than the south side, where the connecting bus was located. Consequently, she missed the connection. Even though I waved and ran after the bus, it did not stop. She chased it to the next block, but her efforts were futile. Yingjing Zhang then proceeded to the next bus stop, Clark and Goodwin Avenue, to wait for the next bus. At 2:10 p.m., Ron Treadstone waited for Yingjing Zhang, but she did not arrive. Concerned, he tried to contact her but got no response. Later that day, her professors attempted to locate her without success. Eventually, Professor Guan reported Yingjing Zhang as missing to the police. Following the last sighting of hangings on campus, police collected CCTV footage from the surrounding area. The video shows Yang Yang running after the bus and later waiting at the bus stop. However, before she could board the bus, she got into a black Saturn Astra that had pulled up alongside her. The driver's identity remained unknown, as the license plate number was not visible in the footage. However, investigators discovered that only 26 cars of that specific model were registered in Champaign County, and only 18 of those were hatchbacks, which matched the car scene captured on Cox TV. This reduced the number of people the police could track down the following Monday. 3 days after Yang Ying's last known appearance, police began contacting the owners of the identified vehicles. One of the people they interviewed was Brent Allen Christensen, a 29-year-old who lived with his wife, Michelle Zickerman. Brent had previously attended the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point and the University of Wisconsin at Madison before being admitted to the University of Illinois' doctoral program in physics. During questioning, Brent informed the police that his wife was away on the weekend of June 9 when asked about his whereabouts between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. and 3 p.m. on that Friday. He claimed he could not remember. Brent willingly gave the police permission to search his car and apartment, which yielded nothing. The police ended their search and left. As the FBI and local police intensified their search for Yingjing Zhang, a critical discovery was made while reviewing CCTV footage from the incident. They discovered a flaw in the front hubcap of a black Saturn Astra that matched the description of Brent's car, which they also remembered having a sunroof. Acting on this information, they obtained a warrant on Wednesday, June 14th, and seized Brent's vehicle and computer. Brent volunteered to accompany them to the police station as part of the investigation. During questioning at the station, Brent initially claimed to have spent the entire day playing video games on that particular Friday. However, the FBI confronted him with evidence indicating that he had picked up a girl. Brent's demeanor changed visibly, and he began shaking. He then admitted that he may have confused the days, but insisted that if he did pick up a girl, it wasn't Yang Zhang. According to Brent, the girl he gave a ride to appeared distressed, spoke in broken English, and asked for transportation to a location a few blocks north of where they were. Brent claimed that after making a wrong turn, the girl panicked and exited the car, and he had no idea where she was afterwards. A search of Brent's apartment uncovered 3 stains on his mattress, and further investigation with luminol revealed an additional stain on a baseball bat. These items were sent for DNA testing, which revealed that, despite her marriage to Michelle Brent, she had a girlfriend named Tara Bullis. Law enforcement asked Tara to record Brent, and based on that recording and the evidence gathered during the apartment search, Brent was charged with kidnapping, which resulted in Yang Ying's death, as well as making false statements to the FBI. Despite the FBI's belief that Yingjing Zhang had to meet her fate, her remains remained undiscovered at the time, until December 2016. The prosecution portrayed Brent as a highly intelligent and accomplished individual. When they argued, he began living a double life. According to their argument, Brent developed an unsettling obsession with serial killers, particularly Ted Bundy, around that time. They specifically mentioned his interest in the novel American Psycho, which features a protagonist who lives a double life as a serial killer. The prosecution claimed that Brent's descent into criminal planning began in the spring of 2017. They presented evidence from his phone searches, which included queries about serial killers and downloads of images of women in bondage. Brent was discovered to have visited websites about kidnapping, abduction, and consensual abductions. The prosecution claims that by June 9, Brent's marriage had completely disintegrated. He had abandoned his doctoral studies and was struggling with heavy drinking and prescription drug use. The jury was informed about his troubled marriage, which led Brent and Michelle to opt for an open relationship, with each having their own romantic interests. In March 2017, Brent sought counseling for the dissolution of his marriage. During this session, he admitted to having dark and troubling thoughts, including plans to abduct and kill someone. While acknowledging that these thoughts were more like plans, he claimed to have moved on from them. The prosecution argued that Brad's story about overcoming his dark thoughts was fabricated. Instead, they claimed that on June 9, he actively pursued making his fantasies a reality. According to their case, Michael left her apartment early that morning to spend the weekend with her boyfriend, providing an opportunity for Brent to carry out his plans. Before 8 a.m., Brent stopped by the Schnucks grocery store near his apartment and bought a bottle of Admiral Nelson spiced rum. Around 9:30 a.m., Brent approaches Emily Hogan, a graduate student, near a campus bus stop. He claimed to be an undercover cop, showed her his badge, and asked her to answer a few questions. When he asked her to get into his car, she declined because she felt suspicious. Emily reported the incident to the police and issued a warning on Facebook, warning other students to be wary of a man impersonating a police officer. Or later, at 1:30 p.m., Brendan drove around campus once more. I saw Yinjing Zhang running after the bus while driving in the opposite direction. He turned around and pulled up alongside her at the bus stop, yanking Zhang into the car, and she was never seen again. Notably, Yang Yingying's phone was disabled at 2:28 p.m., highlighting the gravity of the situation. The court heard chilling details as Brent recounted the horrifying events surrounding his disappearance, while being recorded by his girlfriend Tara during a memorial walk for Yinjing Zhang on June 29. Despite being questioned by authorities after Yinjing Zhang was reported missing, Brent attended the memorial walk in terror and unintentionally shared the shocking account during their conversation. In the recorded conversation, Brent described Yang Yingxing's fierce struggle for her life, describing her refusal to surrender as valiant and almost supernatural. He went on to describe the horrific sequence of events, revealing that he kidnapped Yinjing Zhang, bowed her hands, and led her to his apartment and bedroom, where he sexually assaulted her. Disturbingly, he described how he became bored with the initial actions and strangled her for an agonizing 10 minutes. Brent went on to explain that he used a baseball bat to deliver a devastating blow to Yang Ying's head, striking her as hard as he could. He then carried her into the bathroom and placed her in the bathtub. In a grisly turn of events, Brent revealed that he stabbed Yinjing Zhang, who attempted to defend herself by grasping the knife. He killed her with the same knife. The court proceedings revealed more disturbing details, including the fact that Brent meticulously cleaned the apartment after committing the heinous act against Yinjing Zhang. On Sunday, June 11th, he purchased cleaning supplies such as Drano and Swiffer pads in an attempt to erase any traces of the crime. He disposed of her hanging belongings, including her clothes and backpack, and continued to tell Tara that she was missing and would never be found. In the recorded conversation, Brent shockingly claimed that Yinjing Zhang was not his first victim, claiming that he started killing women at the age of 19 and that she was his 13th victim. However, despite police and FBI investigations, no evidence supporting Brent's claim of previous killings was discovered. Despite Brent's efforts to thoroughly clean the apartment, a forensic examination revealed traces of Yang blood on a variety of surfaces, including the mattress, baseball bat bed, baseboard drywall, and underneath the bedroom carpet. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Brent of seeking the death penalty. They claimed that his actions, combined with his revealed thoughts during counseling, the recorded conversation with Terror, and his activities on the website FetLife, where he detailed plans for abduction and assault, constituted a premeditated kidnapping. Notably, just 3 days before Yinjing Zhang went missing, Brent ordered a large green duffel bag from Amazon, and it was delivered to his apartment. The defense's argument revolved around the admission that Brent was responsible for Yang Ying's death, which they stated clearly in their opening statement. However, they argued that the prosecution's case did not provide a complete picture of the events or Brent's mental state. Their goal was to present a more complete picture to the jury during the trial, emphasizing Brent's life was at stake and arguing against the death penalty. The defense focused on Brent's mental state, urging the jury to consider it during their deliberations. They informed the jury that Brent was heavily involved in alcohol and Vicodin use, and that he was dealing with dark thoughts. They emphasized his academic decline, which ranged from receiving top grades in the first 3 semesters of university to failing all subjects in the 4th. His personal life was in disarray, with his beloved wife Michelle filing for divorce after meeting someone else, Ryan Vela. During the trial, the defense revealed that Michelle was Brent's only confidant when they moved to Champaign. They revealed that Michelle had given Brent an ultimatum to stop drinking or face her departure. In response, Brent sought counseling right away, motivated by the prospect of losing his wife. During the counseling sessions, he admitted that alcohol and prohibited substances had a negative impact on his life, leading to negative thoughts about himself and others. The defense also mentioned Brent's participation in a counseling session on March 30, which resulted in a referral to a local addiction treatment center. During the trial, Brent's family and friends described him as a highly intelligent individual with a bright future. However, over the course of a few months, his life changed dramatically, and he frequently expressed feelings of failure. The defense emphasized his mental health issues. Although the mental illness defense was eventually dropped before the trial began, the defense made a passionate appeal to the jury, imploring them to recognize that the Yang Ying murder, while unquestionably horrific, was only one tragic incident in Brent's otherwise bright and promising life. They asked the jury to spare his life. Although the jury convicted Brent of kidnapping and making false statements to the FBI, they were unable to reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty. As a result, he was sentenced to life in federal prison with no possibility of parole. The Yinjiang family was deeply distressed by the circumstances surrounding the trial. Not only did they deal with the disappearance of their only daughter, who was brutally assaulted, raped, and murdered away from home, but the agony continued as her remains remained undiscovered. Her mother, Liang Yai, confronted Brent at a pre-trial hearing, demanding that he reveal what he had done to her daughter. However, Brent refused to share any information. Liang Yai found the emotional weight of the situation to be overwhelming, and she was unable to attend the trial on a regular basis. Following Brent's sentencing, as the family stood outside the court, Liang Yai struggled to stand unaided and needed assistance from a relative. The brutality inflicted on her daughter and their family had a huge toll, and the grief was palpable. All the Ying family wanted was to find her and bring her back to China. In November 2018, Brent admitted to putting hanging dismembered bodies in 3 garbage bags and dumping them in the dumpster outside his apartment. Unfortunately, the dumpster's contents were collected and transported to a landfill in Vermilion County. The sheer scale of the search makes it highly unlikely that her remains will ever be discovered. The area is approximately 50 yards wide and has at least 30 feet of garbage. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In November 1997, the Nists of Trenton, New Jersey, were preparing for their annual cruise, a tradition they had enjoyed since their wedding 6 years earlier. Julie, 29, and her husband Tim, 40, decided to change things up this year. Their main goal for their Christmas voyage was to strengthen their bond, so they left their 1-year-old daughter Katie with grandparents and traveled to San Juan, Puerto Rico. On November 1st, as they boarded their cruise ship, George Skiadopoulos, a crew member, was struck by Julie's vibrant and attractive presence. A colleague teased him, saying he was out of his league. George bet he could romantically engage with Julie. George, a 22-year-old junior engineer fresh out of college, carried himself with enough poise to pique Julie's interest. He misrepresented himself as the captain, exaggerating his age to 28, and making up achievements to impress her. Julie and George quickly became close, meeting on deck every day and engaging in captivating conversations. Julie, enthralled by the cruise's romantic atmosphere and George's captivating stories, was unaware of his true identity. Tim, who was used to his wife's sociable nature, observed their interactions but felt no jealousy. One evening, during a lively party on the ship, George invited Julie on a tour of the ship. She initially hesitated, but eventually agreed. In the deserted engine room, a spark ignited between them, resulting in a kiss. However, their relationship did not go beyond kissing. Julie confided in a family friend, Tony, about her feelings during the cruise back home, expecting her attraction to fade because she and George would most likely never meet again. Unexpectedly, George, the captain, sent Julie a message, and their daily phone conversations began, with George insinuating that Tim was unworthy of her. Tim occasionally overheard them conversing but trusted Julie enough not to investigate further. Julie, torn between her stable family life and the thrilling new emotions George elicited in her, became distant from friends and even cold to her daughter. Tim was concerned about the changes in her and hoped to rekindle their relationship. Tim organized a surprise 30th birthday party for Julie on January 3, 1998. It was a lavish event attended by numerous friends. Julie's request for another cruise on a specific ship and date was an attempt to reunite with Georgia. Tim reluctantly agreed, and they embarked on February 13th. On that voyage, during a dark night, George won a bet with his crewmates. Julie's intimate encounter with George on the cruise had her head over heels. Back home, she excitedly confided in Tony, a close family friend and Katie's godfather. Tony struggled with the burden of keeping her secret, eventually admitting it to Julie, despite the risk of exposure. Julie decided to meet George in secret, for whom she had a strong desire. She made up a story about a family vacation and invited her mother and daughter along. Julie had to confess her secret affair to her mother, despite her disapproval, but she remained undeterred. Initially, they traveled to Florida, but on March 26, 1988, Julie left her mother and daughter behind to continue her romantic adventure with George in Puerto Rico. When Julie returned, her conversations with George became almost public. They talked constantly on the phone and sent risky love letters via email. Julie even recorded videos showcasing her life for George, all while living and spending money with her husband Tim. She also resumed partying and drinking. Tim couldn't help but notice the changes in their family dynamics and suggested they consult a marriage counselor. Julie announced her desire for a divorce during their first session after 7 years of marriage, which Tim opposed because their shared business interests were generating significant income. Julie knew she needed money for her plan to relocate to Greece with her daughter and begin a new life with her lover, who was scheduled to serve a mandatory 20-month military service there. Julie tried to help him flee and get a U.S. visa, but she didn't have enough money for her new boyfriend. Julie started a fitness regimen, but she had trouble sleeping and had to take strong sleeping pills. During her emotional turmoil, she began taking antidepressants. When George learned about this, he was furious and forbade her from using them. Julie lost about 10 kilos with the intention of returning to modeling to earn money, but George, unlike Tim, was extremely jealous and opposed the idea, forcing Julie to abandon her plans. Almost everyone, including Cheryl, who once helped Julie break into the modeling industry, disapproved of her relationship with the Greek man. They had followed Julie and Tim's lives since they met at an exclusive yacht club party. In July 1989, Tim, her 11-year-old senior, was a successful businessman with his own company and a new yacht. He founded his landscape design firm in the early 1980s, which grew alongside the U.S. real estate market boom. Initially, their relationship thrived, but Julie's jealousy became apparent when Tim waited for her at a bar with another woman. When Julie arrived, she assaulted Tim, leaving a bruise on his face and attacking the woman. It turned out she was Tim's longtime business partner's secretary. The conflict was resolved at that point. Tim was taken aback one day when he arrived at his office and found Julie sitting at his secretary's desk, smiling charmingly. She announced that the former employee would no longer be working there, effectively taking over her boyfriend's job and leaving him little choice but to accept her as his new assistant. This enabled her to work from home, giving her more financial flexibility. Julie had always wanted to be a model. One day, she saw a beauty contest advertisement in the newspaper and decided to enter, confident that she would win and supported by her loving partner Tim. They compiled Julie's best photos and sent them to the magazine that organized the contest. However, the publishers used a scam to obtain free photos for their men's section at the back of the magazine. Julie eagerly awaited the publisher's response to the contest, but it never arrived. Determined, she went to the magazine office and confronted the editor about her prize. He accepted her photographs and promised to include them in the next issue. Julie told this story to everyone preparing for the competition. The event was held at an elite hotel and featured 12 finalists, including Julie. Despite her efforts, only one judge supported her. However, this experience helped her become friends with the magazine editor Cheryl, which led to Julie becoming the magazine's face and appearing on billboards throughout the city. Julie began receiving modeling offers as her fame grew, and she soon became a local celebrity. Until the autumn of 1990, she continued to work for Tim and won some smaller beauty contests, but struggled on the bigger stage. Julie and Tim, both 23 at the time, decided to marry on November 16, 1991. The couple lived an active life without any restrictions. Julie's modeling career was thriving by 1997, increasing her earnings. She began appearing on television, but soon began abusing alcohol. Their marriage had its ups and downs, but they were generally compatible and loving. Tim wanted children, and they were financially secure enough. Julie refused to put her modeling career at risk in order to provide for a child. Julie became pregnant in February 1995. Her friends claimed she continued to drink and smoke during her pregnancy. On November 26, 1996, the Nist family welcomed a daughter, Katie Scarlett. Becoming a mother had a profound impact on Julie. She embraced her new position. During this time, Katie's mother, Julia, actively assisted with her upbringing, though they frequently disagreed on parenting strategies. Julie quickly developed postpartum depression, which was caused in part by the significant changes in her figure that occurred after pregnancy. She retreated into herself, not attempting to revert to her previous state. Around this time, her relationship with Tim started to deteriorate. In April 1997, they sought family therapy. Julie believed the therapist sided with Tim, but the specialist genuinely attempted to address her issues and complexes, revealing positive aspects of her past. The therapist eventually stated that Tim was not paying enough attention to his wife, which was putting their marriage at risk. Julie, who was lonely, began spending more time with her friends and frequently returned home intoxicated. Tim decided to take Julie on a cruise during this difficult time, following the advice of the family therapist, in the hopes of rekindling the warmth and passion in their relationship. However, his hopes were dashed as Julie's newfound passion for another man wreaked havoc on their family life and her own well-being as a result of her secret affair. Julie's mental condition worsened. Julie refused to let Tim into her room one day, preventing him from accessing important business documents. The situation became so serious that he had to call the cops, and despite Julie's active resistance, Tim was able to get what he needed. Julie became paranoid, believing Tim had hired a private detective to follow her. The household atmosphere became tense, and it was clear that divorce was unavoidable. In midsummer, George and Julie met in the United States and secretly got engaged. Julie made no secret of her desire to relocate to Greece, which she planned to do the following year. Around this time, Tim discovered international phone bills ranging from $6,000 to $7,000 per month. He eventually realized his wife was having an affair with the cruise ship engineer and was communicating with him behind his back. Tim was furious and decided to divorce Julie, eager to cut all ties with her. Julie attempted to limit Tim's access to their daughter in response, hoping for full custody so that he could freely move to another country. But Tim refused, as the couple attempted to resolve their differences. Julie's new lover, George, announced that he had quit his job and would be visiting her in New Jersey. Julie's constant arguments and conflicts with Tim caused her hair to fall out, but she blamed it on being separated from George. She was also envious of George's interactions with other women and required constant contact with him. When George arrived in New Jersey, their relationship descended into chaos. He was constantly inquiring about money and persuading her to spend more, forcing Julie to ask Tim for money, further limiting her interaction with her daughter, which irritated Tim. George frequently lied about his financial situation, and it was surprising how unremarkable he appeared, making Julie's obsession with him even odder. Friends and family strongly advised Julie to end the relationship, unable to understand how she fell for a balding, unemployed, hopeless man with bad teeth who was also manipulative and extremely jealous. Regardless, Julie was smitten. She even intended to use her divorce settlement to cover George's hair transplant and dental work. When Tim learned about all of this, he was furious that Julie had involved their daughter in the situation. He threatened that if she attempted to flee, he would take Katie and Julie would never see her daughter again. This threat seemed to dampen Julie's enthusiasm. She even told her friends that her relationship with George was over, but it wasn't for long. Within a few weeks, she and George traveled to Greece to put their relationship to the test. They met his parents, and Julie thoroughly enjoyed the weekend, despite having to conceal her marital status, daughter's existence, and modeling career due to George's parents' religious beliefs. Julie dreamed of completing her divorce and starting a new life with George. On December 6th, she received the divorce decree and was ready to leave the house she shared with Tim. She abandoned Katie and checked it into a hotel, where she consumed copious amounts of drugs. Julie traveled to Greece on December 8th to marry George and begin a new life together. George quickly persuaded her to open a joint bank account, citing his limited knowledge of the Greek language. Julie, blinded by love, deposited $80,000 in the account, giving George an additional $188,000 in cash for additional expenses, all of her money. She then vanished, leaving no trace behind. On January 8th, George called Julie's friend to inform him that she had disappeared. He said they were supposed to meet outside McDonald's for a meal, but Julie never showed up, leaving him waiting for hours. With no cell phones, he was unable to contact her and reported her missing to the police shortly after. Julie called the same friend and told him about her feelings for Katie and issues with her fiancé. The friend assumed Julie was going to leave George and return soon, but she never did, and George's call raised serious concerns. He claimed Julie had vanished without her passport, allegedly left in her car, and was then apprehended by police. However, he couldn't find any witnesses to confirm that the police had taken the passport. It all sounded suspicious, so the friend turned to Tim, the only person who could help. Tim realized immediately that his ex-wife was in serious trouble. She had last contacted relatives in the United States. Since January 7th, there had been no word from her, adding to the fears. The police began combing the neighborhood and interviewing potential witnesses, but Julie had no contacts in the new location, so they questioned her relatives in New Jersey and investigated her background. Julie Scully, the daughter of Julia and John Scully, was born on January 3, 1968. She developed a close relationship with her father and was willing to do anything for his approval. Father and daughter spent a lot of time together, frequently going fishing. However, on November 10, 1969, Julie's younger brother, John Patrick Scully, was born, capturing all of the parental affection while leaving Julie feeling neglected. Julie's mother was from a Native American reservation in New Mexico, which is one of the country's largest tribes. Life was difficult there, with no electricity or running water, high unemployment, and widespread alcohol and drug abuse. Julie's parents sent her to a boarding school at the age of 12, hoping that an English education would help her live a better life. Julia moved to the city as an adult, attempting to fit in with mainstream American life while working at a psychiatric facility. She became involved in the drug trade. During this time, she encountered a police officer named John. Their romance blossomed quickly in 1964, and they married on July 2, 1965, 2 days before their anniversary. John later worked as a patrol officer in one of North Philadelphia's most dangerous neighborhoods. Julia became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. John lovingly cared for his daughter, leaving Julia feeling isolated from family life. She kept her drug addiction a secret, but her erratic and unpredictable behavior was occasionally revealed. Her situation worsened as she experimented with more dangerous drugs, leaving her exhausted and unable to quit without experiencing severe withdrawal symptoms. Julia soon became pregnant again, and a younger son joined the family, which was already depleted. Julia Scully found it difficult to care for him. She overdosed on sleeping pills in 1973 while suffering from depression. John discovered her in time and called for medical assistance, saving her life. This incident exposed her problem within the family, complicating matters even further. She was once a beautiful Native American woman, but now she looked like a shadow of herself. She attempted suicide again, but was saved. The elder daughter, who was 9 years old at the time, was acutely aware of the turmoil in her parents' relationship. On Julie's birthday, her father abruptly left, leaving behind his wife and the guests with whom he was having an affair in order to escape Julia's addiction, which repulsed him. He stayed solely for the benefit of their children. His mistress arrived to pick him up, and Julia and their daughter noticed them as they followed John outside. John's flagrant disregard for the privacy of his affair deeply harmed both his daughter and his wife. Julie blamed herself for her family's problems, Unable to comprehend the full scope of the situation, Julie, who had always been an excellent student, began experiencing academic difficulties. She gained popularity among her peers and fell into a bad crowd. Her school attendance and performance declined. Her father saw this and decided to transfer her to a new school in Kensington. At 12, Julie's attractiveness drew a lot of attention from boys. The Scully family lived in a troubled neighborhood, which raised her parents' concerns about her future and the possibility of her succumbing to substance abuse like her mother. Julie's friends were supposed to sleep over one evening, but she disappeared from her room along with them. When her mother discovered their absence, she became panicked and called the police, who located the children in downtown Philadelphia. Julie's relationship with her mother deteriorated, resulting in frequent conflicts and scandals. Despite their close relationship as police officers, her rebellious spirit manifested itself towards her father as well. He always knew where and with whom his daughter was spending her time. Seeing his wife's failure to raise their children, he took custody of them and sent Julia to rehab for drug addiction. Despite Julie's efforts to please her father, the family environment calmed down during her absence. Her rebellious spirit grew as she matured, and she continued to spend time with her friends, resulting in missed classes and poor grades. Her father, enraged upon learning this, was shocked, especially since Julie was only 14. The close and warm relationship they once had appeared to have vanished. Julie expressed a desire to drop out of school, possibly as a cry for attention, which she had begun seeking on the streets. Her beauty made her the center of attention at every gathering. Julie earned her high school diploma in 1982. Her parents wanted her to get a specialized education, so her father, a police officer, helped her get into an engineering college. He asked the college director for special admission conditions, citing Julie's Native American heritage. His efforts paid off, and Julie was accepted to college. She was already living a sexual lifestyle in the fall of 1983. Despite their similar upbringings, Julie's brother took a different path in her 18th year. He enlisted in the Navy at the age of 16. Julie made the decision to leave college around the same time in order to achieve financial independence. She soon met Neil Ziegler, 6 years her senior. Their relationship grew quickly, and they secretly married. Julie's father, who was initially unaware of her marriage, eventually supported it, believing it was better for her than staying with her dependent mother. Nonetheless, the marriage ended in divorce. Julie returned to live with her mother in 1988, having found a new job but reluctant to contribute to living expenses. Her striking appearance drew attention everywhere, and many mistook her for a model. Julie gradually began to use her beauty to connect with wealthy men. Despite her outward confidence, she was vulnerable and desperately sought love, but only found fleeting relationships. During one such social gathering, she met her future husband, Tim Nist. Julie's mother went to therapy for years after moving out and eventually overcame her addiction. When Julie and Tim had a daughter, the grandmother eagerly took on childcare responsibilities, staying involved even when Julie fled to Greece with a new lover. After Julie's disappearance was revealed, her mother described George as truly pitiful. He was unattractive and unpleasant to look at, and he appeared to have no control over his actions. The missing woman's mother described how she fell victim to George's aggression during an argument with Julie. George shouted and insulted the woman before grabbing her by the throat and pinning her against a wall, refusing to let her go until he heard threats of police involvement. Julie attempted to end their relationship and called the police following the attack, which resulted in George's expulsion from the country. Despite this, she soon joined him in Greece. She actively defended her lover, even accepting blame for the assault. Julie's mother suspected George was involved in her daughter's disappearance. Following Julie's disappearance, George continued to participate actively in the search. Julie's close relatives attempted to contact the American embassy in Athens, but were unable to do so due to a language barrier, as the Greek police stations handling the investigation did not have English-speaking staff. The FBI from the United States joined the investigation. At this point, it was revealed that George had been carrying Julie's passport the entire time. He initially claimed to have found it, but after learning of the FBI's involvement, he changed his story to one of theft. His behavior became more suspicious. He attempted to withdraw funds from their joint account, but was unable to do so. On January 23, 1999, the couple was supposed to marry. During this time, news of the missing American woman was broadcast on television and radio. George angrily called Julie's friend, who had approached the media about the case. He claimed innocence and even made a public statement in the press, actively giving interviews in an attempt to defend himself. However, 16 days after Julie's disappearance, George was brought in for questioning as the primary suspect. George explained that after moving to Greece, Julie quickly became disillusioned with both the country and him. She grew to miss her homeland and daughter and wanted to return. George tried to help her, but the situation deteriorated, leaving him deeply concerned in her final days. She cried constantly, and George's mother eventually learned about Julie's former husband and daughter in America. She began to despise Julie and openly expressed her dislike for George, urging him to abandon the woman with a troubled past. The lovers' conflicts became more frequent and severe, prompting their eviction from a hotel. Julie wanted to call her family, but her lover prevented her from doing so, and even physically abused her. The police discovered that George's mother had schizophrenia and was frequently hospitalized as a result of her condition. George inherited some of these issues. He had high self-esteem and was always arrogant. His ability to manipulate others was noticed by the missing woman's family and friends. At the slightest disagreement, he aggressively attacked his partner. Aside from Julie's mother, who had been victimized by his violence, Julie herself suffered serious hand injuries but claimed they were accidental and continued to live with her tyrant. After 4 hours of questioning by the police, George was unable to maintain the story he had told the media and admitted to killing his lover. He claimed that it was an accident. Apparently, the lover deeply regretted what had occurred. He even cried during the interrogation. However, his confessions were perplexing and riddled with contradictions. Initially, on January 8, 1999, the couple embarked on their long-awaited trip to Athens. They were driving down a deserted 2-lane highway, enjoying the peace and quiet. A calm conversation turned into a serious conflict. Finally, George decided to pull over on a stretch of road with no one else around. In a fit of rage, he jumped out of the car and attacked his loved one, choking her as tightly as he could. He wanted her to remain silent and stop screaming. George told the police that he seemed to be watching everything from the outside and had lost control of himself. He couldn't stop himself until Julie stopped breathing. The lover claimed that the horrific moments lasted only a few seconds, but investigators were aware that strangulation takes at least 3 minutes. George was shocked afterwards. He devised the plan of burning his beloved's body, scattering her ashes in the sea from a cliff, and jumping after her to reunite with her. George explained that he attempted suicide by shooting himself with a pneumatic gun, jumping under a truck, and taking an overdose of medication. However, all of his attempts were unsuccessful. However, he was now at the police station for questioning, implying that all of his thoughts were a fantasy. In reality, he treated his beloved's body differently. Following the murder, George simply threw it in his car's trunk and drove to the nearest gas station. He bought gas and returned to the crime scene. George dragged the body away from the road near 2 small lakes, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. But the rain prevented the body from completely burning. At one point, he considered throwing it into the lake, but instead stuffed the charred corpse back into the trunk and drove to his grandmother's house. He found a large travel bag and decided to pack Julie's body in it, but it had stiffened and he couldn't bend it anymore. Furthermore, the head would not fit in the bag, so George decided to simply cut it off. He described how he took her head by the hair and lifted it to his face. He remembered seeing terror in her eyes, but she was still beautiful, so he kissed her on the lips before packing the body into the bag. Then he burned the bag and threw it in a swamp, leaving the head behind. Later, George drove to Kavala and threw Julie Scully's head into the sea. 19 days after Julie disappeared, her ex-lover and would-be husband assisted detectives in locating the murder site and the remains. Tim and the victim's family were informed by police that George had admitted to the crime. The victim's ex-husband traveled to Greece to bring Julie's body back home. Meanwhile, the criminal revealed what he had done to the woman in a live broadcast. When the murderer's mother found out about his crime, she had a stroke, and his grandmother was shocked. The Greek authorities described it as one of the most horrific murders they had witnessed at the time. Tim's father stated that the lover should have died alongside his beloved. Despite this, numerous articles have emerged blaming the victim for what occurred. The victim's family believed her lover had initially used Julie for money. When he learned about her wealthy husband, he persuaded her to divorce and win a large settlement in court, which she was supposed to put into his business. However, prior to her death, Julie realized his true intentions and refused to fund his projects, resulting in her becoming a victim. The trial for George Skiadopoulos began on November 27, 1999. In the Greek justice system, trials are conducted concurrently by 3 judges rather than a jury, which significantly speeds up the process. Furthermore, there were no defense witnesses present during the hearings. George made horrific confessions that lasted approximately 5 hours. His lawyers attempted to argue insanity, claiming that the criminal's mother suffered from schizophrenia and that he may have inherited mental illnesses. Meanwhile, the accused requested the death penalty, despite the fact that capital punishment was prohibited in Greece. On December 6th, the court unanimously sentenced George Skiadopoulos to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for all charges. However, the Greek legal system was not flawless. In 2002, George filed an appeal, claiming he was insane at the time of the murder. As a result, his sentence was reduced to 23 years, with the option for further appeal. By 2007, the criminal had been released and was living with his new family in Kavala, United States. Julie's ex-husband, Tim Nist, became a source of strength for all of her family and friends. Despite her betrayal, he proved to be a dignified man by accepting responsibility and organizing Julie's funeral. Following the funeral, Tim received a diary of memories about his ex-wife written by Julie's friends for their daughter Katie. The entries attempted to portray her life in a positive and kind light. When her daughter grows up, she should know that her mother adored her and was a wonderful woman. Love is a complex emotion that can be both beautiful and constructive, but it can also cloud judgment and lead to dangerous behavior. In most cases, people can recognize the reality and protect themselves. Unfortunately, Julie's circumstances differed. Her story serves as a reminder that everyone's safety and well-being should always be a top priority, even when it comes to love. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. 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 Today's story takes place in the small town of Sarasota, Florida, a resort town on the warm Gulf of Mexico where people felt safe until one day. It all begins with Carly's 11-year-old life, which, like any other child's, is full of events. The girl's parents divorced years ago, but she still loved both of them. Every weekend, she flew to New York to see her father. But Carly lived with her mother and stepfather. She was one of the most delightful children, kind and optimistic, and she always tried to convey her eternal optimism to those around her. She was this way because of her father. Carly had blonde hair, blue eyes, and an upturned nose. Friends, relatives, and others recognized her beauty and character. Everyone predicted that she would one day become a well-known model or actress. However, Carly's relatives and she were unaware that this would not occur. January 31, 2004, was an ordinary day. On her weekend, Carly decided to spend the night at a friend's house. When the girls spent the night at each other's house, they did everything that any girlfriend would. They painted one another's nails, listened to music, and gossiped about their classmates. The girls were so engrossed in their visits that they didn't realize it was already evening, As is customary in all families on Sunday nights, the entire family gathered to watch the Super Bowl game. Carly desperately wanted to get home by then, so she informed her friend's mother that her parents were waiting for her at home and that she could go home alone. The friend's mother was concerned, but Carly insisted on going home at 6 p.m. for 13 minutes. That is how long it took to get to the street with the Bruches. It was just 750 meters. After Carly left, the friend's mother contacted the parents because she was concerned and informed them that Carly had left alone. Susan, Carly's mother, was very concerned about her daughter, who had gone alone, despite the fact that the distance was only 2 blocks. So a concerned Susan asked Stephen, her husband's stepfather, to come out and meet her. Stephen immediately goes outside to meet Carly. They were to meet halfway and enter the store. Stephen was always spoiling his stepdaughter, and the night before the match, he promised to buy her a bunch of sweets. Stephen walked the entire route several times but could not locate Carly. She vanished. Carly and her parents' lives are plunged into horror from that point forward. The feelings of concern and excitement were not futile, because in the future, they anticipated events that would shock the entire city. Stephen searched for Carly for more than an hour. He drove past the route a few more times, hoping that he and Carly had simply diverged. However, it was clear that something had happened to her. After all, the distance between the houses was manageable, and everyone was familiar with the route. Susan and Stephen set out again to find Carly. They walked the streets and drove through neighborhoods, shouting and searching for the girl by name. They looked through all the suspicious areas, including a wooded landing, and then noticed something strange. A red tow truck was driving slowly past them, so they decided to follow. Susan and Stephen continued to follow the tow truck and discovered that it was headed to Carly's friend's house, which surprised them. The same red tow truck that they had seen earlier was parked outside her friend's house, where Carly had exited a few hours before and vanished. It was parked outside Carly's friend's home. The red tow truck struck the parents as unusual. Susan calls 911 after realizing Carly is nowhere to be found. When an adult goes missing, police typically wait 24 hours before conducting a search. Searching for children always necessitates immediate action. As a result, the officers immediately divided into teams and began interviewing Carly's friend's family and Carly's own parents. Steve and Susan. Detectives investigate the route in the immediate area. However, she could not be found. Stephen and Susan are desperate and have no idea what to do. During the search, friends of Carly's family can find flyers with a photo and the inscription "Missing Carly" on all of the city's walls and poles. When people began to doubt Stephen, Carly's stepfather, while he was handing out flyers at a local company, he asked one of the employees if he could buy illegal substances for him. The employees were suspicious because his stepdaughter had only gone missing for a few days. Employees reported the incident to authorities. The detectives also kept an eye on Stephen, believing he was suspicious. The police decided to bring Stephen in for questioning. During the interrogation, Stephen stated that he had been with Susan at home the entire time, which she confirmed. Furthermore, while walking down the street to meet her from a friend, he was on the phone with Susan the entire time, as phone records show. Stephen reported that he did not find Carly despite walking her route for more than an hour. Stephen remained a suspect even after his alibi had been thoroughly investigated. However, Stephen remembered a suspicious red tow truck that he and Susan had seen the day it went missing. Its owner was Ron Shokit. Ron had been dating his friend Carly's mother for months. Stephen told police that he saw the truck driving slowly near a wooded area shortly after Carly's disappearance, and then stopping near Carly's friend's home. Investigators began testing that theory as well. They called Ron in for questioning. Ron stated that he had left for work before Carly did and had noticed nothing unusual. The police also tracked Ron's movements that day, checked his alibi, and ruled him out as a suspect because he was at work when Carly went missing, as confirmed by his employer and surveillance cameras. The day after Carly's disappearance, the police decided to contact Susan again. She claimed to the police officers that her daughter had never run away before, and she had no reason to believe Carly would have run away. However, the information provided by Carly's friends differed significantly from Susan's version. Carly's friend reported to the police that she had been extremely depressed and upset the day before. In her conversations, she expressed reluctance to return home, claiming that she had too many responsibilities. This new information prompted law enforcement officials to consider the possibility that Carly had left voluntarily. However, given her young age, investigators cannot completely rule out the abduction theory. In order to provide complete clarity, investigators have asked Susan to contact Carly's dentist and obtain dental records, which could be useful if identification is required. The next morning, police officers used police dogs to search for Carly. Susan and Stephen allowed the dog's canine handlers into their daughter's bedroom. The dogs sniffed the bedroom linens and the girl's clothes before picking up the trail. They followed Carly's planned route from her friend's house to her own. Carly's tracks led police to a car wash, where she apparently attempted to take a shortcut. The dogs lost track of Carly near the car wash's back entrance. Fortunately, the area was equipped with 2 cameras, one capturing cars closer to the entrance and the other capturing cars farther away. Unfortunately for the cops, there were some blind spots that remained hidden. Police recognized that if Carly was taken away by a criminal, it is unlikely that he did so under camera surveillance, but they sat down to examine the footage. The camera at the entrance did not record anything. Officers reviewed all footage from 6 p.m. There was no footage from 9 p.m. onward. However, a second camera in the far corner caught some interesting moments. At 6:20, 1 p.m., it captivated Carly. She walked with a calm stride toward the house. Carly wore the same red t-shirt and blue jeans, with her hair styled in a small bundle. Suddenly, a man appeared in the frame, white-skinned, stocky, of medium height, with dark hair and a unique tattoo on his forearm. The stranger wore dark blue work overalls with a name tag, as if he worked at a gas station or car service. The alleged perpetrator approached Carly and said something, grabbing her wrists and dragging her toward the camera's blind spot. This was likely the last person to see Carly alive, criminal or not. He should have been found as soon as possible and learned what happened in that parking lot on February 1 at 6:21 p.m. The poor quality of the security camera footage made it impossible to see the man's face, let alone his name tag. The only hope was to involve the public in the search. The COCTV footage had been widely publicized for 24 hours and had been published in newspapers. They needed to spread the word as widely as possible. Maybe someone could recognize a person based on their shape and construct in or gait. The police set up a special call center in the hopes of learning more about what happened to Carly, or at least some information from potential eyewitnesses. Within 24 hours, they had received over 700 calls. Operators recorded every statement, but they were all unsuccessful until late in the evening, when they received a lead that led them to the perpetrator. On Tuesday, February 3, police received a call from a man who claimed to know the man on the videotape. The caller introduced himself as one of his business associates. He stated that the man's name is Joseph Smith, and he is easily identified by his peculiar uniform and awkward gait. Police officers immediately grabbed a long-awaited lead. Operators continued to answer the phone. Detectives checked Joseph Smith's information. The man moved to Sarasota County from Brooklyn, New York, in 2003. He was an auto mechanic by trade and had been married, but divorced twice. His 3 adult daughters were college graduates. The newest suspect was 37 years old. He had a long criminal record dating back to 1993. There were several charges, including solicitation of minors. Joseph Smith, who had back problems for most of his life, was severely addicted to illegal drugs. He'd been arrested several times, including 3 for assaulting women. Carly's disappearance occurred while he was on probation. One of Smith's coworkers reported that he had been acting strangely since Carly's disappearance, and the day before, he had not shown up for work at all. He also stated that Smith had used illegal substances. This coworker confirmed that the man on the videotape closely resembled Smith in appearance, demeanor, and clothing. Another coworker confirmed that the man in the videotape closely resembled Joseph Smith and stated that the day after Carly was kidnapped, Smith arrived at work under the influence of illegal substances. Smith's coworkers claimed Joseph was having problems at work due to illegal drugs and debt. The police decided to re-examine all of the car wash videos from shortly before Carly's abduction in an attempt to connect the kidnapper to one of the cars passing or stopping near the car wash. Joseph's coworkers said he drove a brown Lincoln. However, at the time of the abduction, it was being repaired. Police investigated a light-colored Buick station wagon that pulled into the car wash parking lot about 3 minutes before Carly was abducted. The car briefly stopped in the parking lot before driving away. The quality of the video footage prevented the police from determining the license plate number or identifying the driver. The police decided to go to Joseph Smith's home. Officers arrived at Joseph's friend's home, where he was renting a room after his wife kicked him out. Joseph opened the door, surprised and shocked that he had been mistaken for the kidnapper. The police officers continued to question Joseph, focusing on the specifics of his alibi. Joseph insisted that he was at home watching the Super Bowl when Carly went missing, and that his friends confirmed his presence at the time. However, when shown a video camera image of a man who closely resembled him, Joseph abruptly admitted that the man looked like him. However, he insisted that he was at home that evening and couldn't have been near the car wash. The detectives decided to conduct additional checks by having Joseph show his hands and roll up his sleeves. During this check, it was discovered that Joseph had tattoos on his forearm that matched those seen in the surveillance footage. Additionally, investigators discovered several fresh scratches on his face and hands. During subsequent interviews with investigators, Joseph admitted that he did borrow a light-colored station wagon from his friends that day. However, he claimed that he only drove it to a nearby marina to enjoy the water view before returning home. The investigation continued. The police were certain that Joseph was involved in Carly's disappearance. However, the owner of the apartment from which he rented Mimi confirmed his alibi, which perplexed investigators slightly. The police searched Joseph's Lincoln thoroughly and discovered several syringes inside. Joseph was arrested for using illegal substances and spoons, as well as violating his probation terms. A few hours following Joseph's arrest, Jeff Pincus, Joseph's friend and Mimi's husband, contacted police and informed them that Mimi had mixed up the dates in her statement. They stated that they had indeed lent him their car, but that he had not returned in the evening as promised and had not arrived until shortly before dawn. They also testified that before Joseph left, they checked the odometer, and when Joseph returned, they discovered that it had traveled more than 300 miles, and the car inside appeared shabby. The back seat was down. The officers then asked Joseph's friends if they remembered what Joseph was wearing when he left the home. Jeff replied that he was wearing a mechanic's uniform. The police officers knew it, but they needed to find indisputable evidence of Joseph's involvement in the case. The police obtained permission from Joseph's friends to search their home, or Joseph rented a room. However, they found no evidence linking Joseph to Carly's disappearance. In addition, the police were still unable to locate Carly. Police searched the wooded areas near where Carly was last seen on videotape. However, the search produced no results. While the police were searching for Carly, one of Joseph's longtime acquaintances visited the police station. He confirmed that the man on the videotape looked a lot like Joseph and provided some critical information. The man stated that Joseph had recently spoken about his growing desire to assault women. Following this conversation, police officers took Joseph from the jail to the station for questioning. Joseph entered the interrogation room. He wanted to talk to his mother or brother. The detective persuaded Joseph to contact the public defender's office and have an attorney come to him. During the interrogation, the officers were unable to extract any information from Joseph, so he was returned to jail. He was finally able to speak to his brother John. What he told his brother confirmed all of their worst fears. 5 days after Carly disappeared, Joseph's brother John decided to contact the police and reveal a terrible secret. He showed the police where Carly's body was. He led them to the church on Proctor Road in the woods. John revealed that his brother had confessed to kidnapping and brutally attacking Carly. John claimed that Joseph had killed Carly, beaten her, and strangled her with a shoelace. He admitted that he wanted to use sharp instruments but was afraid he'd be unable to wash the car afterwards. The confession was so cruel and disgusting that the brothers were unable to express their feelings and were deeply shocked by such a terrible secret. Here's his brother's secret. John suspected that he had used forbidden substances or committed theft, but he never imagined that he would get to this point. Then Joseph's mother informed the police that her son had contacted her and confessed to his actions. The police discovered Carly's remains precisely where John had pointed. Carly was clearly struggling and fighting for survival. The investigation determined that the death was caused by strangulation. Detectives also confirmed that Joseph assaulted Carly's body. A forensic examination revealed traces of Joseph's DNA on Carly's body, as well as fibers from Joseph's clothes and hair. That is, the perpetrator's guilt was fully proven in the car that Joseph borrowed from friends that day, as were Carly's hair and several fibers of clothing that matched the one she was wearing at the time. Joseph was charged with murder. The defense attorney attempted to argue that the police officers framed his client. but Joseph's bodily fluids and hair were discovered on Carly's body. According to the prosecution's version, Joseph Smith took a large dose of psychotropic drugs that day. The public was then outraged that a man with such a criminal past and criminal tendencies had been released so quietly from prison, where he had been imprisoned 13 times in the previous 10 years. Also, about a month before Carly's kidnapping, local authorities asked a Florida judge to issue a warrant for Joseph Smith's arrest for a probation violation. The judge, however, denied issuing the warrant, citing the police's failure to complete the required paperwork. And so it was argued that if this man had been shielded from society from the start, this terrible case might not have occurred. Little Carly would be alive, and her mother would not have to go through all of these traumatic events. The day everything was decided was October 24, 2005. Joseph Smith was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death via lethal injection. He remained in prison, waiting for his death sentence. Smith was also suspected in the 2000 murder of Tara Riley, 25, who was discovered dead and naked in a pond behind a Walmart store. But the case was never solved, although John, who opposed his brother in court, claimed that Joseph was the one who killed Tara. He is a coward and refuses to admit it. John was certain that his brother was also guilty of this. John stated, "My brother is the ultimate coward. He has spent his entire life insulting and humiliating those who are weaker than him. He will never admit what he has done, and if he is released, who knows how many innocent lives he will take. He's always been like this, which is why his wife left him." But his parents believed until the end that he was a good man. On July 18, 2017, Joseph's death sentence was overturned and a new legislation was signed. It stated that the jury would vote 10 out of 10 in favor of the death penalty. Joseph was scheduled to have a new sentencing hearing. However, it was postponed. Susan, Carly's mother, began using illegal substances immediately after learning of her daughter's death. She was devastated by the death of her only daughter. Susan tried to pull herself together, assisting the Children's Defense Fund and other parents in their search for the missing. With all of her might, she tried to help others avoid such traumatic events. After all, Susan knew what it was like to go through such an experience. But after learning that Joseph would be pardoned and possibly released, Susan lost the meaning of life, couldn't take it anymore, and died by taking a lethal dose of forbidden substances. Smith was awaiting a sentencing review hearing scheduled for 2019, which could have saved his life. Joseph Smith managed to avoid the death penalty. However, in March 2021, the Attorney General's office confirmed that he should face a new sentencing hearing. Smith died in prison on July 26, 2021, aged 55. His cause of death could not be determined. At the end of the story, we'd like to state that the perpetrator killed little Carly and ruined the lives of Susan, Carly's family, and friends. He also committed other heinous crimes that can never be justified. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. This is exactly what Kanyong's story is about. You might ask, is this really possible? How could a simple family dinner lead to a brutal murder that will shock everyone in Malaysia? The law will even be looked at by the local government. Let us look at this case. Princess Kanyong Lake Yang is her full name. She was born in 1974 in Ipoh, Malaysia, into a big family. People from all over the world visit the city, but Kani had her sights set on something else. A better job and traveling. What else could a girl want? That being said, she knew that she had to work for her dream and that nothing good could just happen. First, Kani got a gold medal in high school. Then she went to the University of Hawaii and got a degree in economics here. After the start, more work had to be done to make things better. She went to Los Angeles and got a job at an advertising agency. She was already living on her own. The City of Dreams helped the girl see herself as an expert in her field. In 2001, Kani met Brandon Ong there. He was born in Singapore, like her father, but moved to the United States with his family when he was a child, and was now legally an American. Young Kani and Brandon quickly got married and moved to San Diego, which is right next door. But after only 2 years together, something bad happened. Kani's dad got liver cancer. The surgery her father was going to have in Malaysia was very serious, and it wasn't clear if he would live or die after it. She quickly packed her things and flew to her father on June 1st, leaving her husband in the United States. The surgery went well, the disease got better, and the doctor said that Canny's dad, who they called Bijan, would live a long time and definitely have grandchildren. Canny let out a sigh of relief. At last, she could go back to her husband and her favorite job. In the morning, she took a plane to Los Angeles. That night, Canny invited her whole family to a farewell dinner at Montes, their favorite restaurant that they used to go on vacation when Canny still lived with her parents. During dinner, Canny's mom got sick out of the blue and her sweet daughter offered to drive her home. She spent a long time looking for a parking ticket in her purse in the parking lot. When she couldn't find it, she realized she had left it in her car and forgotten about it. Canny then ran to the car and told her sisters to watch her mother. She wasn't seen for a long time. Her mother went to the car to check on her, but neither Canny's nor her daughters were there. When one of the sisters tried to call Canny's phone, it was even scarier to see that it was turned off. Her family knew her very well. She couldn't just disappear, and she would always call to let them know what had happened. But what could have happened in a parking lot that was locked up, only 300 feet from her family? The father of Canny asked the security guards to show him the video footage. His daughter was walking toward the car and checking her pockets and purse for her keys. At first, there was nothing strange about it. When they looked back, they saw a stranger moving behind Canny. He was speeding up and slowing down, just like Canny. The guards and Canny's worried father watched her car leave the parking lot from a different camera. There was a man behind the wheel, most likely the one who had followed her in the parking lot. It was strange that Canny was sitting in the passenger seat. The family called the police right away because it looked like someone was taking their child. People should praise the Malaysian police for starting to look for the missing woman as soon as they learned that the car had been stolen. After a few hours, a highway patrol officer saw a car on the road that fit the description. The police stopped the car to look at the papers so as not to scare the possible kidnapper. At the time, they weren't sure if it was a kidnapping or not for sure. The driver of the car stopped and gave the police officer his license, even though he looked tense. He tried to show the policeman some signs while sitting next to him, but the officer was busy checking the driver's license. He didn't understand, which is a shame. Kidnapper, on the other hand, paid attention, stepped on the gas, and drove away from the police car. The police shot at the car, but it got away. They still had the kidnapper's papers, though. His name was Ahmad Najib bin Aris, and he was 27 years old. Let me give you a short history of this person. They were born in 1976 and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second child in a family of 4. Ahmad Najib went to secondary school until the 3rd year, but then he quit. He didn't go to the last 2 years of secondary school. In Malaysia, secondary school lasts for 5 years. He had to work to feed his family, and he worked hard. He went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur in 1998. In the end, Ahmad Najib got married and had 2 kids. Ahmad Najib was a good man who did his job well, according to people who knew him. Now let's get back to our case. After some time, it became clear that the shooting at the car had an effect. A young man went up to the police and told them a strange story. He told the story of a stranger who approached him at a roadside cafe while he was eating dinner. The stranger said that he was on vacation with his wife but had a flat tire on the way and could not go any further. The young man was happy to help the stranger. He got a jack from the trunk and gave it to the traveler when they got outside. But he saw bullet holes in the car, and in the front seat, he saw a scared woman who didn't look like a wife taking a carefree vacation with her husband. But the so-called husband didn't change the tire himself. He just played around with the jack for a while, complained, and then gave it back. The police knew right away that it was Canny, and that Ahmad was the one who took her. But that was the last time anyone saw Canny alive. Not long after, on the 3rd day, Cannyong, or rather her body, was found in a sewer manhole near a construction site. It was almost completely burned to the ground. The autopsy will show that the woman was stabbed several times in the stomach and then choked to death. Another thing that was found nearby the construction site was Canny's car, which had a shot tire and blood on the back seat. Even though the police had the killer's paperwork, they didn't go to Ahmad's house until after the body was found. For some reason, really interesting thing about this story is that the killer was at home, acting like nothing had happened, like he had. It was like he hadn't stolen someone else's car, kidnapped a woman who had come to see her sick father, and then driven away from police officers who were shooting at him. After Ahmad was caught, forensic tests showed that the car also had Ahmad's DNA in it, along with Kani's blood. To be clear, we want to say that murders in Malaysia are very uncommon, especially ones that are so violent. According to the criminal code, someone who kills someone deserves the death penalty, not even life in prison in this case. Ahmad knew that the police had all the information on him, so it's not clear what he was hoping for. He admitted everything, and even agreed to help with the investigation because he thought that would keep him from being put to death. Of course, the cruel criminal hid his identity at the trial by pretending to be a sheep. In the parking lot that night, he said, he was looking for a different woman, but thought he saw the wrong woman. He didn't realize it until he was in the car with Kani. He even said that they laughed about it together, and he later tried to get her to have sex with him. Again, he said that Kani wasn't even against it, and the marks on her neck from being strangled were just part of the woman's sexual fantasy, which is why she died. Ahmad, who was scared, decided to get rid of the body by setting Kani on fire. From beginning to end, Ahmad's lawyers made up this story because if they had been proven true, they would have only been found guilty of abusing the dead or, in the worst case, negligently killing Kani during the sexual encounter. If this isn't true and the defendant's crazy thoughts are all this, the lawyer said, then why didn't the captive run away while her captor changed the tire? If the person hadn't been stabbed in the stomach, this story might even sound plausible. The defense fell apart like a house of cards at this point. It was clear because the investigation had a different, more reliable account of what had happened, which was backed up by the autopsy. Ahmad saw a woman by herself in the parking lot outside of Monty's and followed her. When Kani opened her car door, he pointed a knife at her and told her to sit in the passenger seat. He then got behind the wheel himself. After the incident with the police and the failed attempt to fix a flat tire, he took the car to a place with no one else around, put Kani in the back seat, and used her more than once. When Kani tried to fight back, she was stabbed several times in the stomach and then strangled with a coat belt. Ahmad took her already dead body outside, threw it into the first manhole, and then put tires over it so no one would find it. His plan was to finally hide the evidence of the crime. When he came back to this manhole the next day with several gas cans, he put gasoline in Kani's body and set it on fire. It turned out that Ahmad had also raped 4 women, luckily none of whom died. They did not report it to the police because they were afraid of being caught, though. After what seemed like years, the court finally found the murderer guilty on February 23, 2005. Among other things, they gave Ahmad 10 lashes. Was this any better for the parents who had lost their daughter for good? Ahmad tried to appeal his sentence while he was in jail. He even wrote a letter to Selangor, the head of state, asking him to release him, but he was turned down. Ahmad got what was coming to him just 13 years after killing Kani. He was hanged in his cell on September 23, 2016. As I already said, this case got a lot of attention in Malaysia. People in the area were scared, not so much by the brutality of the murder and Ahmad's seemingly false belief that he would not be caught, but by the fact that it is not hard to kidnap someone in a busy shopping center, even if it's in a parking lot. To make sure this didn't happen again, the Malaysian government started to put up as many CCTV cameras as they could all over the country. They also hired more security guards for shopping malls and even made parking spots just for women. For these reasons, it is very sad that the life of an innocent woman who flew from tens of thousands of miles away to be with her father for 2 weeks had to be sacrificed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, Genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the 2 of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism. And later, a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him out, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon, and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Ari posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt, and it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, the car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation, and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Ari's room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him. However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant, backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, he would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill, but it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialists to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Liggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Our story begins with Annie, a beautiful girl. Annie's family and friends described her as a bright, beautiful, and sociable girl. Vinod Hindosha, Annie's father and the son of a successful merchant, left the Indian state of Gujarat as a young man for Europe. The family settled in Mariestad, a small town in Sweden. Vinod started his own business, and the family became wealthy. After graduating from college, Annie moved to Stockholm and worked in the marketing department of Ericsson's, a mobile phone manufacturer. Annie's father gave her a new car and an apartment in a prestigious neighborhood of the city. After 25 years, Annie started looking for a husband. She frequently flew to London and stayed at the homes of wealthy relatives. Her maternal uncles owned the British pharmacy chain, and she spent her weekends communicating with her extended family. She decided that her husband would be Hindu. One of Annie's relatives met Shireen Dewaney at a party in London and admired his background, social standing, upbringing, and manners. She then set up an informal meeting between Sherwin and Annie at a cafe. The young people liked each other, so they went on their first date in September 2009 with Syed Dewaney. His family, like Annie's, were Gujarati and had moved to Europe and England. Syed's father established a pharmacy in Bristol as well as a nursing home. Syed graduated from an elite school in Bristol, studied accounting at Manchester University, and then relocated to London to work for the accounting firm De La Suite. After a year, he left his job to help run the family business. At the age of 33, he was already a millionaire. Following their dating, they decided to move in together and share a home in Bristol, United Kingdom. Sheen elaborated on the instant allure he felt for Annie, emphasizing her ambitions while mirroring his own, fostering eager anticipation for the collaborative construction of their future life together. Their relationship was not without challenges, necessitating collaborative efforts to overcome obstacles that occasionally led to disagreements. Sheeran revealed that he had abnormally low hormone levels, which reduced his chances of having children and prompted his decision to undergo testosterone replacement therapy. Despite the difficult challenges they faced during this time, Sheen believes their bond grew stronger, culminating in his decision to propose to Annie a little more than a year after their first meeting. Shane arranged for Annie to travel to the romantic city of Paris via private aircraft, where he proposed marriage. Following her affirmative response, he planned an elaborate stag party in the vibrant city of Las Vegas, located in the United States. The matrimonial union was celebrated in the opulent city of Mumbai, India, with an extravagant wedding costing an estimated $250,000. As a result, the newlyweds planned and postponed their honeymoon, instead choosing to spend several weeks in the picturesque setting of Cape Town, South Africa, indulging in the luxury and opulence of a five-star resort. Sheeran and Annie went out to dinner on November 13th at a hotel in Cape Town. Others noticed them posing for pictures at their hotel. They seemed like any other couple on their honeymoon. They held hands, kissed, and laughed. But their joy would not last. They waited for their cab at their hotel and then used Google Maps to navigate through a township near Cape Town. At midnight that night, a distressed shepherd requested assistance. He was apprehended in Harare, and he told police that the taxi they were riding in had been hijacked. The driver was removed from the vehicle, and 2 men entered Sri Lanka. An army was detained at gunpoint. The men were released on treason charges, but they still had Annie, and he had no idea where they were during the police interrogation. Soren recounted his encounter with Zola Tongo, a taxi driver. Zola allegedly claimed to be an executive tour guide, prompting Sharon to seek his assistance with currency exchange and the arrangement of a private helicopter flight. Sherwin also requested Zola's services as a local tour guide. According to the Sheeran statement, the trio decided to take an impromptu tour of the area after dinner with Annie, with no firm plans for the rest of the evening, expressing a desire to discover what Africa is truly like. According to Sharon's account, the pivotal moment occurred when they deviated from a motorway. The next thing I remember is banging noises coming from the front and right sides of the car. There was a cacophony of shouting in a language I was unfamiliar with. As a result, I recall the presence of someone next to me instructing me to lie down. This person wielded a firearm. However, the specific hand that held the weapon escapes my memory. The gun was raised in the air, accompanied by fervent shouts, "Look down, lie down." I was overcome with terror. Annie and I promptly followed these instructions. Annie, I found myself partially reclined at the top, while another person took control behind the wheel. Sheeran told authorities that one of the individuals confiscated his mobile device and brandished a firearm near his head. The assailant sternly warned him against falsehoods and threatened to use the weapon. Simultaneously, pedestrians continued their journey in the car, coming to a halt at a narrow thoroughfare. The perpetrators instructed me to exit the vehicle. Shane requested that Annie also be allowed to leave. However, the response indicated that they intended to accompany her to a law enforcement facility. Shane was clearly warned that non-compliance would result in gunshots, forcing him to disembark. He described the incident to the police as follows: "I attempted to open the door, but it would not open. Keep track of when the window opens." I remember hitting the ground and the car speeding away. The last thing I told Annie was to be quiet and not say anything. I told her this in Gujarati after he left. Sheeran stated that he was unaware of the car's subsequent trajectory other than the presence of 2 people retaining Annie inside. His testimony informed the authorities that he requested assistance by knocking on doors. As a result, law enforcement officers were summoned, and he was taken to a police station. A day after these events, the vehicle was discovered, with Annie's lifeless body found in the back seat of the cab. She had received a gunshot wound to the neck. Subsequent police investigations revealed that Annie's Giovanni Armani wristwatch, a white gold and diamond bracelet, her handbag, and her BlackBerry mobile phone were missing, leading authorities to believe that they were stolen during the incident. The stolen items, which included a wristwatch, bracelet, handbag, and mobile phone, were estimated to be worth approximately 90,000 South African rand, or $6,089. The investigation then shifted to understanding the rationale behind the captor's decision to release Sheeran while retaining and eventually killing Annie. Sheeran returned to the United Kingdom not long after his death. The investigation moved quickly at first, with Annie's lifeless body discovered only 3 days later. Zalil Mangini, 26, was apprehended and formally charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. The discovery of his palm print on the vehicle served as a critical lead that led law enforcement to his arrest. In the following days, more arrests were made, including 31-year-old Zola Tonga, the cab driver, and 26-year-old Mziwamadota Quabe, both charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. An informant's tip helped locate Mziwamadota. Zola initially denied any involvement, claiming that he was ambushed and forced out of the vehicle. However, when confronted with incriminating evidence, he eventually admitted his involvement in the criminal activities. The trio, which included Zola and Mangini, initially provided an account to law enforcement, claiming that the intended plan was a robbery that had gotten out of control. According to their story, Ani was shot accidentally during a struggle over her handbag. Later, a fourth person, Monde Mbalombo, was apprehended for his role in orchestrating the robbery. The men later revealed to the police that Shireen Duaney was also involved in the crime. Zola told police that he met Shireen, who allegedly offered him 15,000 Rand $100 to orchestrate Annie's death. According to Zola, he then approached a friend about hiring a hitman and was put in touch with Zalil and Mz Wamadota. The statement astounded Shireen's family. However, further investigation revealed that, while the couple appeared to be happy on their honeymoon, this was not the whole story. Annie's emails to Shane revealed frequent disagreements with her, expressing her dissatisfaction and desire to end the relationship. A perplexing question emerged. What drove Shin to seek Annie's demise? Further investigation, he discovered Shireen's lifestyle, which revealed his involvement with male prostitutes via gay websites. Shane admitted to these activities while asserting his bisexuality, expressing love for his wife and denying any involvement in Annie's murder. Shireen was arrested in the United Kingdom on suspicion of a murder conspiracy, as requested by South African authorities. Shireen vehemently denied involvement and fought extradition, resulting in protracted legal proceedings. Before Shane was extradited to South Africa, the other men were sentenced for their roles in the crime. Zola was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Mz Wamadota received a 25-year sentence, while Xalil was sentenced to life in prison. It was determined that Xalil fired the fatal shot at Annie. And during his sentencing hearing, the judge referred to him as an evil person. Extradition proceedings in the United Kingdom took 4 years to complete. Shireen's lawyers argued that he couldn't travel to South Africa because he was suffering from acute stress disorder. The court heard that he had consumed a cocktail of 46 pills, including diazepam. The extradition was finally completed after the court determined that his depression had subsided. He was extradited to South Africa, where his trial began. The prosecution claimed that Shireen lived a secret life with other men in order to avoid his marriage. According to their case, he orchestrated a contract killing and enlisted Zola to plan a hijacking with the intention of freeing himself and killing Annie. During the trial, the court was shown surveillance footage of Shireen handing money to Zola. Shireen looked up at a security camera in a hotel before leaving the frame. Additional footage showed him carrying a bag containing money as he approached a small room with Zola. Later footage showed them conversing at the opulent Cape Grace Hotel, where Shireen requested privacy from a window cleaner. The prosecution's argument was based primarily on the testimony of 2 of the 3 men who were already serving prison sentences. Mziwamadota claimed that he was instructed to stage the incident as a hijacking. The court learned that these individuals provided evidence as part of plea bargain agreements, which resulted in reduced sentences for them. The pathologist, Dr. Jeanette Verster, testified about Annie's post-mortem examination. The court was informed that Annie had gunshot wounds in her left hand and neck, resulting in significant blood loss. Dr. Verster emphasized that Annie could have passed away in a matter of heartbeats. She also stated that the fatal shot was fired at close range, acknowledging that Annie may have been holding on to someone or something when shot. In response, the defense argued for the case's dismissal and formally requested it. Shireen didn't take the stand. However, a statement was presented in court revealing his admission to being bisexual and engaging with male prostitutes. He expressed his deep love for Annie and spoke about the profound impact his wife's tragic murder had on his life. Shireen's attorney presented 2 scenarios that could have resulted in Annie's death. To begin, he suggested that it was a botched robbery, supported by forensic evidence indicating that Annie was accidentally shot during an attempt to snatch her handbag by one of the hijackers, bruising on her inner leg indicating a struggle, and the defense argued that the bullets passed through her left hand into her chest, with the neck wound implying an exit in unintentional shooting. The second scenario proposed was a failed kidnapping and ransom attempt. Bernard Mitchell, a criminal, claimed that Zola later told him about the plan while in prison. According to Mitchell, the intention was to kidnap Annie for ransom, but the plan failed. The court learned about that tree and did give Zola 15,000 Rand in cash, but the defense claimed it was for a helicopter ride, not payment for orchestrating his wife's death. The defense requested that the case against Soren be dismissed due to a lack of substantial evidence linking him to the crime. The judge agreed with the defense's arguments. The judge stated that it was the prosecution's responsibility to prove that Sheeran conspired with the 3 other men to murder Annie, and they fell short of meeting the required level of evidence in such a case. The judge emphasized that Zola, as the sole accomplice witness, had agreed to a plea deal, making his testimony suspect and requiring corroboration. The judge noted Zola's details, such as the locations where he picked up and dropped off Sheeran, but Annie did not provide the necessary corroboration. Furthermore, the judge criticized the 3 men's testimony, describing it as riddled with inconsistencies and so improbable that distinguishing between lies and truth became difficult. The judge informed the court that the evidence linking Sheeran to Annie's murder was of such poor quality that only Sheeran's confession would have resulted in a conviction. As a result, the judge ruled that he was not required to provide evidence and could be discharged if there was no chance of conviction unless he incriminated himself on the witness stand. Following this ruling, he left South Africa and returned to the United Kingdom as a free man, with the murder charge against him dropped. According to Annie's family, Sherwin has never contacted them to tell them everything he knows about what happened to her. They have many unanswered questions. And his father said, "We still don't know the whole story of how it happened. We wanted Soren to tell the court, in his own words, that he was her husband and was present." His lawyers repeated the words, "My client will tell the court during his trial," like a mantra, but the judge dismissed the case without Sheeran testifying. "We never had the opportunity to hear what he had to say. My family would like to talk with him. If he has any respect for us, he should come to see us and speak with us. After all, I'm still his father-in-law, and I gave him my daughter. He needs to help us." According to the information available, Shireen Dewaney is still living in the United Kingdom. Zalil Manjini, one of the individuals involved in the case, died in prison in South Africa in 2014. His cause of death was a rare brain tumor. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Wedding travel, also known as a honeymoon, is a significant event in the lives of young families. It can leave vivid memories of an unforgettable adventure, or, for example, provide a long-awaited escape from the mundane life somewhere on the Azure coast, under the shade of palm trees. But what if you go on a wedding trip and end up committing or being accused of a crime? Would the honeymoon be as bright and carefree in that case? I don't think so. Unforgettable, of course. Hellman, whose real name is Isabella Rodriguez, was born in 1975 in Colombia, a country where everyone speaks Spanish. But Isabella really dreamed of the American dream. She read English books and listened to English songs on the radio to learn the language as quickly as possible, so she could go to the north of Europe. Even though she was able to learn the language, she would always have a southern accent. This didn't stop the young woman from moving to Florida, where she worked as a real estate agent for people who only spoke Spanish. Isabella married William Hellman in 2002, even though her previous relationships didn't work out. They were married for 10 years, but their whole relationship was marked by constant fights and problems at home. Finally, when neither partner could take it any longer, they filed for divorce. The process took a very long 2 years. Isabella even found a new man during this time, and she hoped to be happy with him. Lewis Bennett was the name of the new lover. He was born in Great Britain but moved to Australia as a child and had dual citizenship. He went back to his home country to finish his education at the prestigious Camborne School of Mines. Lewis, on the other hand, never got a job in his field. He eventually went back to Australia and started his own business making solar panels. After 4 years, he went into the American market. His main office was in Florida, so the young and promising Lewis started using the internet to look for a wife there. Lewis tried to meet someone online for a long time, but had no luck. He looked at the profiles of women, but didn't pay much attention to them. The women who wrote to him first either turned him off or didn't interest him. But when he saw Isabella's picture, he thought she looked a lot like Jennifer Lopez, so he wrote to her. They wrote to each other for a long time, and Isabella talked about her hopes to move to the United States from Colombia, how hard it was for her to learn English, and her job search. She eventually told him about the men she dated in the past. Bennett didn't care at all about her past. because she knew Isabella and William were going to get a divorce soon. In order to meet Louis in person, Isabella made plans to go to wherever he was, whether it was England, Australia, or even Thailand. Louis bought a catamaran to show his new girlfriend Isabella how much he liked her. He planned to take her on a trip around the Caribbean Sea. He dreamed of doing this since he moved around a lot as a child and found it hard to make lasting friends. In his spare time, he read adventure books by authors like Jules Verne and Robert Louis Stevenson. Treasure Island was his favorite book, and it would become an important part of his life. When Isabella had free time, like on vacation or over the weekend, she always went on trips with Louis. She saw that Louis almost forgot about work while on these expensive trips, though it could be said that his company's processes were highly automated, which gave him time to relax. When Isabella tried to talk to Louis about his work-life balance, he either laughed it off or said that he had a big inheritance and didn't need to worry about anything. Isabella was happy with his answer. The couple celebrated the birth of their daughter Amelia in July 2016. It was a big deal for both of them, and that's when the fight started. Isabella had a hard time deciding how to raise their daughter, or even which country would be best for her upbringing, because of things that had happened to her in the past. Louis wanted Amelia to grow up in Australia with his parents, but Isabella wanted to stay in the United States. As a compromise, they finally moved to Florida. In 2017, even though they already had a child together, they decided to get married. Isabella asked her husband to take her on a honeymoon on his catamaran because she thought that being on the water would bring them back together. Louis agreed, but the date was pushed back. They finally left on their romantic cruise at the end of April 2017. At first, their social media posts made it look like everything was going as planned for Isabella. Photos of them smiling and having a great time sailing around the Caribbean islands gave her hope. However, after the first photos from the honeymoon, there was silence for 2 weeks. When Isabella went online again, she told her family that they were in Cuba and were planning to go back to Florida, but they didn't know the exact plans yet. She also said that their internet connection was slow, which meant that they might not be reachable for a few days. In the middle of the night on May 15th, Louis called the Coast Guard to say he was lost and alone on a raft out at sea. Right away, the rescuers started looking for Louis. They found him near the Bahamas on a raft that was full of food and other supplies. Louis told a story about how he had asked Isabella to rest for a few hours after a long day, and then given her control of the catamaran. A heavy thump from below woke him up after he went to take a nap in the cabin. He thought Isabella had been thrown overboard when he couldn't find her, and saw that the catamaran was taking on water. He got his things together and moved to the rescue boat, thinking that her life vest would keep her safe. It was strange that he didn't use a beacon or a satellite phone to call for help. The Coast Guard didn't understand what was going on. They looked around and saw that there were no underwater rocks or reefs that could have sunk the boat like Louis said. The boat also had open escape hatches, which is against safety rules, and suggests that someone was trying to sink the ship on purpose. It was proven by divers that the holes in the catamaran's bottom were made from the inside. The condition of the boat did not match Louis's account of hitting rocks in the water. Another strange thing about the case was that Louis only put his things on the life raft, as if he didn't think he would find Isabella alive. He even brought silver coins that are hard to find that are hidden in aluminum tubes. Later, investigations showed that one of Louis's friends had stolen these coins in 2016. Louis was charged with smuggling because of how he behaved, the fact that there were open escape hatches, and other suspicious circumstances. While the person was being held for smuggling, the investigation went on and more evidence came to light. In the house where Isabella and Louis had lived, recording devices were found that had recordings of Louis making death threats against Isabella. Isabella told her friends about these threats and how she wanted to leave her husband, but she also wanted to give their marriage one more chance. Debts, real estate, electricity, and credit cards were the main things that made them fight. Louis had a lot of debt but didn't. He declined to deal with his money problems and instead chose to travel instead of working. Even told Isabella she had to get a job to help him pay off his debts while he kept traveling. The investigation also found that between 2014 and 2016, Lewis sent money to other countries worth a total of $160,000. These transfers had something to do with the stolen collectible coins that Lewis had on him. Lewis was facing more charges of involuntary manslaughter as the evidence grew.
Lewis Bennett took a plea deal in November 2018 and pleaded guilty to both smuggling drugs and manslaughter by accident. He went to prison for 8 years and couldn't get any of Isabella's insurance payments or property. The court told Lewis that he had to give his daughter Amelia money because she would have to deal with the emotional pain of losing her mother as she grew up.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at Acorn Woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to 2 bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street Public House since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend. Despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet, Charles's ex Caitlin had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Frey Street public house, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, the police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, the evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered in DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died. Ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, they claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently. Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their 2 children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his 2 young children, 3.5 years old and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship, Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The court beds appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son-in-law and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager, she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first. Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over, fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister, with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not US citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you. She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth. Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself, but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, The appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Mali in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was let out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Saturday, June 28, 2014, Erin Corwin, 19, informed her husband Jonathan John Corwin that she planned to hike some trails in Joshua Tree National Park. Her mother, Laura Evelyn, was due to visit the following week, and Erin expressed a desire to go on some walks together. Erin and John had been married for over a year and had known each other since 5th grade when they met in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. When Erin turned 16, John asked her parents and Bill for permission to date her, and they agreed. John appeared to be a good match for their daughter, with gentlemanly characteristics. The couple married in November 2012 and moved to California in September 2013. John lives at the 29 Palms Marine Base, where he served as a Marine. Two other young couples, Connor and Isley Malachi, live next door to John and Erin, sharing a downstairs apartment with their son Brian. While Chris and Nicole Lee lived next door with their daughter Liberty, Erin and John had a difficult start to 2014 as Erin miscarried. Seeking solace, she volunteered at the White Rock Horse Rescue Ranch, where she cared for horses and made friends. Erin discovered she was pregnant again in April 2014, which excited John on the morning of June 28. When Erin left early, John expected her to return later in the day. However, as the day went on without her, he contacted her best friend to inquire about her whereabouts, but she had no idea. Concerned, John reported Erin missing to the police on the morning of June 29, claiming she had left around 6 or 7 a.m. on June 28 to explore some trails. He mentioned that she had expressed love before leaving, and he returned to sleep after seeing her off. Erin has not communicated since then. When John informed Erin's parents about her disappearance, their first concern was that she might be lost in the vast desert. Without provisions, you will face harsh conditions. Military troops joined the search, conducting a massive operation across 300 rugged acres of desert. The San Bernardino Sheriff Search and Rescue Team worked with Nancy's agents to navigate the treacherous terrain, which included over 1,000 abandoned mines. Questions arose about John's decision to wait 24 hours before reporting Erin missing. He then underwent a polygraph test, which he passed, allowing the police to rule him out as a suspect. Erin's car was discovered 20 to 30 miles east of the military base, parked quite far from the Joshua Tree National Park entrance. Authorities were perplexed as to why Erin did not park closer if she intended to explore the nearby trails. Notably, Shoe prints were discovered leading from the driver's side of Aaron's vehicle to a location where investigators suspected another car had been parked. The question arose, had Aaron gotten into another vehicle? According to John's information, Aaron intended to go alone that day and had not mentioned meeting anyone else. Laura, Aaron's mother, contacted one of her best friends, Jessica, who revealed that Aaron had planned a special date at Joshua Tree National Park on June 28th. Aaron was secretly having an extramarital affair, which shocked her. It seemed at odds with Aaron's apparent devotion to John, as she had written him love letters and poems. Jessica informed the authorities that Aaron intended to meet Chris Lee, a Marine living next to John, and that Aaron lived with his wife Nicole and their 6-year-old daughter. When police approached Chris and asked about Aaron's whereabouts, he initially claimed he didn't know her well and that they had only exchanged brief greetings. Chris claims that on the day Aaron went missing, he was coyote hunting near Gold Crown Road and had no contact with her. The police then brought Chris to the station for further questioning. Following a series of questions, Chris admitted to having a close relationship with Aaron, acknowledging that they were romantically involved. However, he claimed that their physical interactions were limited to kissing and no sexual intercourse occurred. Despite his familiarity with Aaron, Chris insisted that he was unaware of her current location. Chris was released from police custody without being charged. The search for Aaron persisted. But, given the large number of mines in Joshua Tree National Park and its surroundings, hope faded. Aaron's remains were discovered on August 16th, nearly 2 months after she disappeared. A caver alerted by a strong gasoline odor investigated one of the mines and discovered Aaron's body within. A tire, a homemade torch, and a bottle of Sprite sat beside her. The autopsy determined that Aaron's death was a homicide, with strangulation as the cause. She was choked to death with a homemade garrote, and her body was dropped 250 feet down the rows of the Peruman shaft while the garrote remained around her neck. Police discovered a propane tank inside the mine, indicating an attempt to burn her body. Because of Aaron's advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to say for certain whether she was pregnant. The garrote found around Aaron's neck was made from 2 rebar handles and paracord. The autopsy revealed several skull fractures, one of which happened shortly before or during her death. In addition, fractures to her left collarbone and left rib were discovered shortly before or during her death. The remaining skull fractures were caused post-mortem, most likely during the process of dragging or throwing her into the mine. DNA testing on the items discovered alongside Aaron's body in the shaft produced significant results. Chris's DNA was discovered on the shirt tied around the torch, and the Sprite bottle, which still had the lid on, contained both Chris's and Aaron's DNA. Chris was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. With the added circumstance of lying in wait, Chris pleaded not guilty to the charges following his arrest. The prosecution claimed that Aaron and Chris were having an affair, and when Aaron discovered she was pregnant, she confided in Chris. According to police, Chris, unwilling to jeopardize his relationship with his wife, considered a drastic solution to the problem: murder Aaron. The prosecution claimed that Chris meticulously planned the murder over several weeks, researching effective methods for disposing of a body. He had a plan in place. He allegedly enticed Aaron to the desert and killed her with a garrote he had brought with him. They claimed that the murder was premeditated. During Chris's arrest, officers discovered 2 spools of paracord and a blue climbing rope in his car. The paracord matched the cord around Aaron's neck. Aaron had told her friend Jessica that Chris was the baby's father and that she loved him more than John. She even expressed a desire to move to Alaska, Chris' hometown, to be with him. The court heard that their affair became public in April 2014, when their neighbor Islington saw them kissing. Nicole informed John, who confronted Chris, explicitly stating that he did not want to see him near Aaron again. During the trial, Islington testified for the prosecution, stating that Chris frequently discussed murder, mentioning it more than I can count. She remembered him talking about hiding a body in the desert corner. Ling's husband also testified that Chris had discussed murder with him. Just a few weeks before Aaron disappeared, Chris allegedly told Connor that if you put a body in a fire with tires, it will disintegrate, and that they would be unable to find anything. Another Marine, Andrew Johnson, testified about his conversation with Chris in June 2014. Chris reportedly inquired about nearby chloride plants, specifically how a body could be destroyed using chemicals found there. Chris also inquired about the presence of security cameras in those locations. Andrew stated that he did not find the conversation unusual at the time because his experiences in Afghanistan had desensitized him, and he knew Chris felt the same way. The court learned that a propane tank and a tire were discovered inside the mine shaft, next to Aaron's body. The prosecution informed the court that Chris borrowed a propane tank from a horse ranch, and a fellow Marine discovered one in Chris's car on the morning of June 28. When questioned, Chris allegedly told the Marine he planned to blow up a mine shaft. The jury was presented with compelling evidence about the DNA found on the shirt and Sprite bottle, as well as incriminating Google searches like how to dispose of a body. The prosecution urges the jury to consider these elements and convict Chris, claiming that the evidence strongly points to him as the sole person responsible for Aaron's death. They urge the jury to investigate Chris's actions, including previous conversations, research, and the weapons he brought, to determine whether the murder was premeditated. In a significant turn, Chris may have recognized the weight of the evidence against him and initially pleaded not guilty. He later recanted during the trial and admitted to Aaron's murder. However, he claimed that the action was impulsive rather than planned. This admission complicated the trial, forcing the jury to consider the degree of premeditation in Chris's actions leading up to Aaron's tragic death. The defense presented its case by admitting Chris was responsible for Aaron's death. In contrast to his previous denials, Chris now admits to having a sexual relationship with Aaron. The defense told the jury that Chris, wanting to save his marriage, but unwilling to let go of Aaron, planned to meet her on June 28th to discuss their situation. According to Chris, the original plan was for Aaron and others to go hunting, but when the others were unable to attend, the meeting became an opportunity for a private conversation. Chris claimed that on that day, he planned to blow up a mine shaft with tires. In preparation, he brought gasoline and diesel fuel to the desert, as well as a propane tank. He described how he threw these materials into his mind, realizing he had used up all of the gasoline for God to apply to the torch. When he realized he couldn't carry out the plant explosion, he also discarded the torch in his mind. This, according to Chris, these items were discovered inside the mine shaft. The defense called only one witness, Chris, who claimed that Aaron occasionally babysat his daughter. According to Chris, during their time in the desert together, Aaron discussed their future as a family and expressed a desire to care for his daughter. Chris described an incident in which his wife Nicole expressed concern for their daughter's well-being, implying that Aaron may be engaging in inappropriate behavior. In response to these concerns, Chris claimed that he confronted Aaron while they were in the desert and asked her directly, "Have you ever touched Liberty? Have you molested my daughter?" According to Chris's testimony, Aaron's admission to touching his daughter elicited a strong emotional response. He described feeling an overwhelming surge of hatred and rage, as if someone had rammed a red-hot knife into his heart. During this intense emotional turmoil, Chris claimed to have picked up a Garrett from his car. "I felt so much hatred and rage. I grabbed it, stood up, and noticed she had turned around at some point. I couldn't think clearly. I just felt a lot of hatred, and I came up behind her, put it around her neck, and my training kicked in. Then I turned around and began pulling, but I couldn't pull hard enough because I was so angry." Chris went on to explain, "I just continued choking her. I'm not sure how long it was. It could have been 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It seemed like forever, and I just kept choking her." After Aaron stopped moving, Chris admitted to using the Garrett to drag her body to the mine shaft's edge and push her inside. The defense asks the jury to find him not guilty of first-degree murder based on his claim that he did not intend to kill Aaron and only killed her in the heat of the moment. The prosecution strongly contested Chris's defense, claiming that it was a fabrication. The emphasis emphasizes that no one had previously expressed concern about Aaron's behavior. The alleged abuse was not reported to police, and Chris and his wife did not seek medical attention for their daughter as a result of the alleged abuse. The prosecution claimed that Chris made up this story during the trial in order to get a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter, with the expectation of a shorter prison sentence due to the overwhelming evidence against him. The prosecutor pointed out that Chris only admitted his involvement in front of the jury, implying a calculated move for attention. The prosecutor addressed Chris directly, saying, "You chose to do it in front of the jury. It's about you. You sought attention. Ultimately, the jury did not believe Chris's defense. They quickly returned a guilty verdict for first-degree murder with a special circumstance. Chris was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after a 15-minute trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful day of May 31, 2007, Alan Bailey's heart was filled with unease after seeing his daughter, Kate Beagley, brimming with excitement as she prepared for a night out. Little did he know that this ordinary evening would turn into a terrifying mystery. Their last encounter occurred on May 30. Kate's excitement about her plans became contagious around 6:30 p.m. Alan smiled as he left her, unaware that it would be his last time seeing her. But on May 31, as the day progressed without Kate's presence, concern began to grow. Kate was a dedicated and driven woman who was 32 years old at the time. She had a degree in sports administration and had spent a decade climbing the ranks at British Gas, demonstrating her dedication and ambition. Her strong work ethic and vibrant personality made her a popular figure at her workplace. What set Kate apart was her unwavering bond with her loved ones. She was the type of person who stayed in touch, providing a reassuring presence in the lives of her friends and family. When she did not show up for appointments or work on May 31, her father became concerned. Alan felt uneasy about his daughter's character. It had been less than 24 hours since they had last seen each other, but something felt off. Kate's absence was out of character, and the silence in her Walton-on-Thames apartment spoke louder than words. Unable to ignore his instincts, Alan took the step that no parent wants to take. He reported his daughter missing to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would eventually solve the mystery surrounding Kate's sudden disappearance. The story takes a chilling turn when Kate's friends reveal crucial information to the police. They told the police that on that fateful night of May 30, she agreed to a first date with a man she had met a few weeks before. This man was Carl Taylor, a 27-year-old fitness trainer. Kate Carl's paths crossed in central London on May 18. When they met at a club, Carl approached her with charm and charisma, and Kate gave him her contact information. In the days that followed, they exchanged text messages and eventually agreed on a date of May 30. Kate was open with her friends about her plans, including her upcoming date with Carl. They were going to meet at the Roebuck Bar, which had a beautiful view of the Thames. The night went as planned, and Kate texted several of her friends throughout their date. But, as the evening progressed, those messages would be her last known communication. After that, silence enveloped her, and her whereabouts remained a haunting mystery. The police naturally questioned Carl Taylor about Kate's disappearance. Initially, he claimed ignorance of her whereabouts or what had happened following their date. However, his account quickly began to shift and fluctuate. He claimed that Kate had dropped him off at Twickenham after their date. However, his story kept changing, and he remained uncooperative, refusing to answer some questions, leading to his arrest on suspicion of kidnapping. As the investigation progressed, Carl Taylor eventually dashed any remaining hope that Kate was still alive. He admitted to a heinous crime, stabbing Kate to death while they were sitting on a bench on Richmond Hill. He then revealed that he had taken her lifeless body to a nature reserve in Hertfordshire, where it was partially concealed near a car park. Following his confession, Carl led the police to the grim location where he had disposed of Kate's and their bodies among the nettles. They discovered a tragic truth. Despite his confessions to police, Carl Taylor shockingly entered a not guilty plea when charged with murder, setting the stage for a tumultuous legal battle and a search for justice in a case. In court, the prosecution presented a compelling case against Carl Taylor, alleging that he went on a date with Kate Beagley with the sinister intent to murder her and steal her car. The narrative presented to the court unfolded as follows. On the night of May 30, their date began as scheduled. They drove to a picture-perfect spot on Richmond Hill with stunning views of the Thames and entered the Roebuck Bar. They went there to buy drinks and spend some time. They then moved outside to a bench, as is customary in the scenic area, where people often gather to admire the breathtaking views. The court heard this while they were inside Roebuck Bar. Kate didn't seem to be interested in Carl. The court heard critical testimony from a woman named Maureen Rong Khan, who was present at the bar that evening. Maureen stated that as soon as they sat down, the girl had her head down, texting on her mobile phone. There was no conversation, only he spoke to her. She continued texting. She was still texting as they left. The prosecution claimed that once they were outside and away from potential witnesses, Carol launched a vicious, frenzied attack on Kate, which resulted in her tragic death. Carl, according to the court, came prepared for this heinous act, having stolen scissors and a carving knife from a friend's house prior to the date. Surprisingly, he had kept the knife hidden up his sleeve while in Kate's company at the bar, an unsettling detail that would later become a critical component of the case. The prosecutor informed the court that Carl gave the police varying accounts of what happened that night. In one of these accounts, Carl admitted to stabbing Kate during an argument and saying the chilling words, "All I want is your car." He then revealed that she pushed me away. She grabbed me, so I stabbed her in the throat. I constantly hurt her neck because she was aiming for my face. The gruesome reality of the situation became clear when the court learned that Kate had 31 stab wounds on her face and neck. Further disturbing revelations gripped the courtroom, as it was revealed that Carl Taylor brutally stabbed Kate to death before placing her lifeless body in the trunk of her own car and driving through London's streets. As he drove, he had a phone conversation with his girlfriend Lauren. Sean Luck. Lauren had no idea where he had been or what had happened. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including CCTV footage that captured Carl's calculated actions at 12:20 on May 31. The footage showed Carl driving Kate's car into a garage and then refueling the vehicle. Surprisingly, he interacted with other drivers on the forecourt, appearing relaxed and unconcerned. Despite the grisly secret hidden in the car's trunk, Carl removed Kate's clothing and attempted to meticulously wash away any potential DNA traces from her body using bottles of mineral water found in her car. In a chilling display of detachment, he disposed of Kate's lifeless body among the nettles in the woods. Carl returned home and shockingly displayed Kate's stolen car to friends and family, flaunting it. He also sold Kate's phone to an acquaintance and generously distributed Marks and Spencer gift cards found in Kate's car's glove box to friends. During the subsequent investigation, police were able to locate Kate's car and recover the knife used as the murder weapon. They also recovered Kate's clothing and personal belongings, which added to the evidence of a cold-blooded crime. The courtroom drama surrounding Kate Beagley's tragic death took an unexpected turn when the defense presented a vastly different view of the case. Despite Carl Taylor's conflicting statements to the police, the defense claimed he was not responsible for Kate's death. Instead, they claimed Kate killed herself because of her alleged dark and cold side. In an unexpected twist, Carl testified at the trial that Kate committed suicide by intentionally moving her head onto his knife. He claimed that just before this tragic incident, Kate confided in him about her problems. Carl admitted to bringing the knife that night because he was feeling suicidal. According to his account, when the knife fell from his sleeve, Kate grabbed it and started prodding herself in the neck. Under cross-examination by the prosecutor, Carl was asked to describe and demonstrate how Kate could have inflicted 31 injuries on herself. He hesitated and declined to give a detailed account, citing emotional distress. However, the judge in the case reminded him of his responsibility as a witness to answer the questions posed. The judge insisted Carl show the jury how Kate met her tragic death, saying, "You are not going to boss us around. You are not there to dictate terms. You are there to show how she lost her life." To demonstrate the events, the prosecutor created a makeshift paper knife about 6 inches long and asked Carl to reenact the scene. Carl cautiously prided himself in the neck with the paper knife, recounting how he had discovered Kate had died. He described breaking down in tears and lying on the grass, staring at the sky. The prosecution argued that Carl's claim that Kate remained standing while inflicting these wounds was implausible. Among the 31 injuries she'd sustained, some had severed her carotid artery and jugular vein, making it extremely unlikely that she would have remained on her feet. The prosecutor also questioned Carl about his background as a fitness instructor with martial arts training, asking why he didn't intervene to assist Kate. Carl's response was simple: it was an awkward situation. The jury deliberated for only 2 hours before reaching a guilty verdict. They found Carl Taylor's latest account of events that night unconvincing, and he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 30 years behind bars. Alan Beagley's moving words following Carl's life sentence revealed the deep pain and sorrow that his family has experienced. On Wednesday, May 30, 2007, I left my only daughter, Kate, looking forward to an evening out. She was brutally murdered by the man she had gone to meet, and we never saw her again. Since then, our lives have been turned upside down. Kate was a loving, thoughtful daughter, sister, and friend who cared about us all just as much as we did her. She was a lot of fun to be around, and everyone who knew her will miss her greatly. She had a gung-ho attitude toward life and lived it to the full. We cherish and are grateful. We cherish and are grateful for all of the memories of our wonderful time together. Kate's family and friends have been devastated by her tragic and unexpected death, and I speak for everyone when I say that our lives will never be the same again. Our family has been devastated, and life without Kate feels empty and meaningless. The worst episode of our lives has now been resolved through the judicial system. However, we must now rebuild our lives around the void left by Kate's tragic death, recalling the positive impact she had on all of us. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Cape Town is 400 miles away from the city of Port Elizabeth, which is at the western end of Algoa Bay, on the southeast coast of South Africa. This city is a major seaport and also has the 6th most people in South Africa. When Chris Panayotu, then 18 years old, graduated from high school in this city in November 2004, he went to work for his dad's trading company. In the city and the areas around it, his father owned a large chain of stores and restaurants. Chris had always wanted to work in his dad's business, even when he was young. He was also very interested in running retail chains and growing the retail services industry. He was very active and determined, and his goals went far beyond being an executive and skilled worker under his father's supervision. Chris wanted to open his own fish restaurant near a 5-star hotel on Marina Drive and a big grocery store close to Kings Beach downtown. While Chris was helping his dad at a small diner on Market Street in the afternoon, he ran into an old high school friend. The friend invited Chris to a party on Friday night at Barney's Tavern, a popular beach spot for young people. Chris saw a pretty young girl drinking lemonade from a tall glass while sitting alone at the bar in a wicker bamboo chair and drinking beer from the establishment's specialty mug. Chris got up from his seat and went to meet her. She was 18 years old and her name was Jade Dinks. They hit it off right away, and they quickly found that they had a lot in common. Chris and Jade started dating after that party. They had no idea that their meeting at Barney's Tavern on Friday night would be the start of a terrible love triangle story that ended in tragedy. The girl named Jade was always happy and friendly, and she wanted to make other people feel good. Because she wanted to make a difference, she decided to become a teacher and started college in 2005. While Jade worked on her schoolwork, Chris started his own business. He started with a grocery store and then opened Infinite, a restaurant and bar in the neighborhood. Even though both Jade and Chris had a lot going on in their lives, their relationship grew stronger, like the roots of a young tree going deeper into the ground. They each made their own happy place where love and kindness seemed to last forever, and where days were full of smiles and hope for a bright future. Things started to go wrong in their relationship over time, mostly because Chris was seeing another woman. At first, Chanel Cooties was just working at the store that Chris owned, and their relationship was strictly business. But as time went on, their interactions turned into a secret love affair that they tried to hide with mysterious smiles and small movements. They met in secret in hotels in the area, and Chris even let Chanel stay with him while Jade was away. Chris and Jade seemed like a happy and successful young couple to their family and friends, especially after they got engaged and then married in 2012. Jade finished college and got a job at an elementary school, and Chris's business looked like it was doing well. However, Chris's relationship with Chanel continued, which made things difficult in their marriage. When Costa Panayotu, Chris's father, found out that his son was having an affair with a sales clerk, he was very upset and angry. He couldn't understand how Chris, who had been seeing Jade for 8 years and knew she was smart, kind, and moral, could act so badly. Costa confronted Chris at Infinite while he was celebrating his engagement with friends, which turned into a heated argument. Costa told Chris that he would lose his inheritance if he kept seeing Chanel. Chris told his father that he was ending his relationship with Chanel, but they were still seeing each other behind his back. During this time, Jade didn't know that her fiancé was cheating on her. Chris's finances got worse as he tried to balance his two different lives. He spent a lot of money on gifts for Chanel, fancy hotel rooms, and other unnecessary things. While Chris was away from Jade more and more over the next 3 years, it hurt his business and his family. Jade started to feel more and more alone and ignored in her marriage. She told her friends how upset she was and how she had tried but failed to get them back to getting along. In September 2014, Jade was at the point of losing her mind. She wrote a very emotional letter on September 21st about how much she wanted love, a normal marriage, and a caring partner. She also told him how annoyed she was with Chris's secrecy and the distrust and uncertainty it caused. 3 big men in a rented car pulled up to the gate of Staringlad Village on April 20th, 2015, in the early morning. This is where the young Panayotou couple lived. They saw a young woman who was well-dressed and impatiently waiting by the road. 2 of the men got out of the car, but the driver told them to stay inside. A black BMW pulled up next to her and they watched. When she got in the car, it took off quickly, making the people who wanted to take her hostage angry. Like every other day, Jade left her house at 6:15 a.m., waiting for her friend and co-worker Cheryl to pick her up in her BMW for their daily trip to work. Cheryl was running a little behind, and she saw the car from the day before with tinted windows at the curb. When Jade reached for her phone to call Cheryl, she saw 2 people coming from the bushes next to the road. Cheryl was only 10 minutes late, but Jade wasn't there. Cheryl tried to call Jade's cell phone and knock on her door, but got no answer. Cheryl finally called the police, and by 10 a.m., Jade Panayotou was officially reported missing. This led to a large-scale search that included police, a K-9 unit, and volunteers from the community. The search for Jade went on, but on the first day, nothing was found. The search started up again the next morning, and there was a reward for anyone who could help find her. Around 10 a.m., Angel, a K-9 officer, found Jade's dead body in a bushy ravine close to Quano Bushley. Even though she was fully dressed, a medical exam showed that she had been shot 3 times in the back and fatally in the head. Her jewelry and bank cards were missing, making it look like the people who killed her were trying to hide why they did it. Jade's family and friends were shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. Her co-workers and students were also very sad. The news of her death spread all over the city, and people were sad and confused on social media. On October 22nd, Jade's family held a memorial service at a Catholic church. This was followed by a funeral that was attended by a huge number of people from Port Elizabeth. People who knew and loved Jade were deeply saddened by her death. South African police service officers were also at the city cemetery. They thought Chris Panayotou's behavior during the funeral was strange and staged. As suspicions grew, the court later found that Chris's farewell speech looked a lot like a dedication on the internet by Charles Atkins to his late wife. Even though it wasn't direct proof, this discovery made people think that Chris may have been involved in killing his wife. The authorities decided to keep a close eye on him. Several other strange events also pointed to Chris's involvement in the murder of his wife. Luthando Sioni, a security guard at Chris's nightclub, was arrested by the police the night before the funeral because they thought he might have worked with the killer. Luthando said Chris had asked him to hire killers for his wife, and that Chris had already found 3 friends to carry out the plan. There was proof that someone tried to use Jade's bank cards on the day she was killed, and surveillance footage showed 2 men that Luthando identified as the hired killers. As a reward for his help, the police let Luthando go on the condition that he gather more evidence, including Chris's confession to killing his wife. Because he was told to, Luthando called Chris for a private conversation that was recorded. During the conversation, Chris said something that led to his arrest. After that, 3 more suspects were caught, and the crime's details were put back together. Hit men were sent by Chris to kill Jade Panayotou in the early hours of April 20, 2015. But because of an unplanned change in her plans, the execution was moved to the next day. On April 21st, Jade was taken hostage, taken to a remote area, and brutally killed. The thieves took her valuables and ran away. They tried to take money out of her bank cards but couldn't because the PIN they were using was wrong. The trial against Chris and the two mercenaries began on October 11, 2015, and was widely watched and reported on by the media. The prosecution said that Chris killed one of the women because he was having money problems that were made worse by his double life and his desire to kill one of the women. At the trial, different types of evidence were shown, such as Chanel Coutis's testimony, call logs, ATM videos, and photos. Along with the two hired killers, Chris was found guilty by the court and given a life sentence. On December 9, 2019, Chris's father, Costa Panayotou, died in a mysterious accident. This added another sad turn to the story. This made the story even more complicated and left a lot of questions unanswered. If Chris had anything to do with his father's death, it made an already scary story even scarier. Overall, Chris Panayotou's actions showed how far some people are willing to go to put their own needs ahead of the lives and well-being of those they care about. People are angry and upset about what he did, which led to the brutal murder of his wife Jade. It's still not clear if Chris had anything to do with his father's death, but he is now facing the consequences of his horrible crimes, which means he will never get away. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Imagine waking up one day and discovering that someone you know has vanished without a word. That's what happened to Tina Sandoval in a Colorado town, 1995. Her story is reminiscent of a gripping mystery, complete with strange behavior and a failed marriage. In this story, we'll go over her strange disappearance and the shocking truth that surfaced more than 20 years later, leaving everyone stunned. Christina Tina Marie Tournay Sandoval got her start in Windsor, Colorado. Michael and Mary Ellen Tournay welcomed their child on March 17, 1972. She was a determined and energetic young woman who excelled in many areas of her life. Tina graduated from Windsor High School, where she not only studied, but also competed in track, volleyball, basketball, and knowledge bowl. Her talents extended beyond sports. She played trumpet in the school band and sang in the choir. As the second child among her parents' 9 children, she naturally assumed the role of caring for her siblings, instilling in her a strong sense of compassion for others. Tina's nurturing instinct drove her to pursue a career in nursing, and after high school, she earned an associate's degree in nursing from IEFM's Community College. During her college years, she met John Sandoval, who wanted to be a radiology technician. Tina's commitment to her education was unwavering. She also furthered her education by earning a BS in nursing from the University of Northern Colorado. To fund her education, she worked as a licensed practical nurse on weekends at Northern Colorado Medical Center. Tina's commitment to excellence was reflected in her academic achievements. She graduated from ONC in May 1995, ranking in the top 5s of her nursing class. Tina started her nursing career in the oncology department of the North Colorado Medical Center. Tina's personal life was marked by her marriage to John Sandoval, which took place on December 31, 1991, in the picturesque Colorado Rocky Mountains. However, their marriage was fraught with difficulties, and Tina filed for divorce less than 2 years after their wedding. Her determination to move on with her life and a positive outlook on the future prompted her to move into a new apartment and resume dating. Susan Tournay, Tina's sister, became increasingly worried on October 19th. Tina informed Susan of her plans to meet John at his home after her shift that day. Tina found the meeting significant because it revolved around John's need to sign certain documents and pay an IRS debt as part of the final steps in their divorce process. However, the situation was tense because John was opposed to Tina's divorce and did not want her to date anyone else. Furthermore, Tina was concerned about the meeting because of some troubling incidents in the past involving John, making her nervous about her encounter with him. Tina contacted Susan, requesting her presence at the meeting, Unfortunately, Susan had work commitments that day and was unable to accompany her sister. In lieu of her actual presence, Susan asked Tina to call her right after the meeting with John to give her an update on how things went. Susan waited anxiously for Tina's call all day, but it never came. Still at work and growing increasingly concerned, Susan decided to involve their mother, Mary Turnea. Mary went to Tina's apartment to check on her, only to find that she wasn't there. Mary went to John's house where he lived with his aunt because she sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, John wasn't home at the time. Mary's concern grew when she noticed Tina's jacket in the kitchen, indicating that she had been there at some point. Fearing for her daughter's safety, Mary immediately reported Tina missing to the police that night. The investigation into Tina's disappearance took a troubling turn as the police dug deeper into the case. When they arrived at Tina's apartment, everything appeared to be in order, which matched their expectations. Tina appeared to have returned home after a shift change and then left again. Inside the apartment, her nurse's uniform was discovered, indicating that she had actually been there. However, a troubling mystery loomed because her car was nowhere to be found. It prompted authorities to launch a search of the area around 3 a.m. On October 20, Tina's car was found parked only 4 blocks from John's house. The situation became more sinister when a police dog tracked Tina's scent from the driver's seat of her car to John's house. John Sandoval was a familiar figure to law enforcement, having previously been convicted of harassment and burglary, which resulted in several interactions with police. When the police arrived at John's house, he attempted to flee by jumping out of a bedroom window. It took physical restraint to subdue and apprehend him. During the arrest, fresh scratches were discovered on John's torso and neck. John was initially arrested on trespassing and unrelated charges. However, the police knew they needed to question him about Tina's disappearance. At this early stage of the investigation, it was unclear what specific charges would be brought against him in connection with her disappearance. When questioned by the police about Tina, John claimed he had no knowledge of her location. A search of his home and car began, revealing disturbing items. Among the finds were a white 5-gallon bucket and a new shovel with mud on the spade. Furthermore, Tina's credit cards were discovered in John's possession, as well as a loaded 9mm handgun, rope, and flashlight found inside his vehicle. Despite the mounting evidence and the search for answers, John refused to cooperate with the investigation. Tina's family and colleagues provided the police with critical information about her mental state and the reasons for her divorce filing. They revealed Tina was extremely nervous about her meeting with John on that particular day. Given her disturbing revelations about his behavior, she explained to her co-workers that John had voyeurism, a psychological disorder that caused him to engage in disturbing behavior. According to Tina, if John saw an attractive woman out in public, he would follow her home and conduct a prolonged observation that could last several days. Furthermore, he would leave their house in the middle of the night to engage in voyeuristic activities like peering through the windows of women's homes. On occasion, he would enter these homes and hide in concealed locations, such as cupboards, to keep a close eye on his victims. Tina also revealed that during these intrusions, John would steal women's underwear and take them home, in an especially distressing detail. Tina told her family and colleagues that she was not immune to John's voyeuristic behavior. She confirmed that he had watched her, and she described seeing his car parked outside her new apartment for hours at a time, which heightened her fears and concerns about her safety. Tina had discussed her concerns about John with her family, which she revealed when she informed him of her intention to file for divorce. He responded with a disturbing threat. John had placed a pistol to his own head, resulting in a terrifying and potentially dangerous situation. This disturbing incident fueled Tina's concerns about her husband's potential for harm. She had also told her doctor that she was concerned that John might endanger her safety. Despite these deeply troubling indicators and other circumstantial evidence, the district attorney at the time believed that more concrete evidence was needed to arrest and charge John, and the investigators faced significant obstacles. Tina's location remained unknown. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance were unclear, and no witnesses could shed light on the situation. Given John's employment at a cemetery and his knowledge of burial procedures, authorities conducted a thorough search for Tina in a variety of locations, including reservoirs and woodlands. Law enforcement also conducted a grim search of several graves in the area. The graves were carefully examined to see if they contained Tina's remains. While the investigation was thorough, none of the efforts produced conclusive evidence. The case eventually went cold, leaving numerous unanswered questions. Tina's death certificate was issued in 2002 by the state of Colorado, after a judge determined in December 2001 that there was sufficient evidence to believe she was deceased. Despite the passage of time, the police maintained their belief that John was involved in Tina's disappearance. He had been a suspect since Tina was reported missing, and that had not changed. However, belief alone was insufficient to secure charges, primarily because Tina's body had never been discovered, leaving a critical gap in the evidence needed for a prosecution. In June 2009, a new district attorney appointed to the position decided to re-examine the evidence, which marked a significant turning point in the case. Despite the absence of new evidence, he decided to charge John Sandoval with first-degree murder. This decision was based on the belief that the circumstantial evidence accumulated over time was compelling and could lead to a conviction. Even though Tina's exact fate and the location of her remains were unknown, John was officially charged with first-degree murder. After being charged, John entered a plea of not guilty. The prosecution's case revolved around the claim that Wild Tina had never been found. They were convinced she was dead. After leaving work on the morning of October 19, 1995, all of her activities came to an abrupt halt. There had been no activity on her credit cards, bank account, nursing license, earnings, or Social Security since that date. Tina did not have a passport, and there was no evidence that she had changed her name, which would necessitate a legal petition to the court. Tina was portrayed in court by the prosecution as a responsible and dependable young woman who consistently attended work and paid her bills on time. She had recently signed a lease for a new apartment, indicating that she had no plans to relocate or start over elsewhere. As a result, the prosecution claimed that the only plausible explanation for her unexplained absence was that she had been the victim of foul play, specifically murder, and that all evidence pointed to her husband, John Sandoval, as the most likely perpetrator. The prosecution's case was based primarily on circumstantial evidence. Because there was no body or physical evidence directly linking John to Tina's disappearance, they were prepared to present the testimony of 137 witnesses to substantiate their case, claiming that John not only killed Tina but also disposed of her body. Throughout the trial, the jury learned about John's voyeuristic tendencies and pattern of following and stalking women, which added another layer of evidence for the prosecution to consider. The defense claimed that John Sandoval was not involved in Tina's disappearance and questioned whether she was even dead, speculating that she may have left town to start a new life and framing her as a runaway. The jury, however, did not agree with the defense's arguments. After 7 hours of deliberation, they convicted John of the crime. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. However, John's conviction was overturned in March 2016 because of procedural errors discovered by the Colorado Court of Appeals. In the face of a second trial, John agreed to a plea deal. He asked for the deal, which allowed him to plead guilty to a lesser charge of second-degree murder in exchange for revealing the location of Tina's body. Tina's family had long suspected she was dead, and this revelation confirmed their fears. John then led authorities to Greeley's Sunset Memorial Garden Cemetery, specifically the grave of Second World War veteran Arthur Hurt, who was one of 3 open graves on the day Tina went missing. John had buried Tina's remains about 2 feet below Arthur's grave, concealed by a comforter covered in a tarp and sealed with duct tape. Unfortunately, cemetery workers mistakenly buried Arthur over Tina's remains after John had hidden her there. As part of the plea agreement, John was sentenced to 25 years in prison plus 5 years on parole. This sentence was retroactively dated to August 2010, when he was originally convicted of first-degree murder. During the sentencing hearing, John apologized and offered his condolences to Tina's grieving family. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On May 28, 2008, a seemingly ordinary Wednesday, Moira Jones' life took an unexpected and tragic turn. Moira, a vibrant 40-year-old woman, went out on the town that evening with her boyfriend of 4 years, Paul Thompson. Moira chose Glasgow, Scotland, and the United Kingdom as her home. Her flat overlooks a lovely park in Glasgow's south. In 2003, she left her previous life in London to work as an executive at Britvic. Glasgow quickly captured her heart, and she formed strong bonds with the city and its residents. Moira's fondness for Glasgow stemmed from the residents' warmth and friendliness, as well as their infectious sense of humor. The city, with its abundance of outdoor opportunities, proved to be an ideal place for someone who cherished the open air, trails, hills, glens, and beaches of Moira, providing her with numerous opportunities to explore and enjoy her love of the outdoors. Moira had intended to stay at Paul's house that fateful evening. She arrived with an overnight bag ready for a shared night. However, their argument changed her mind. Determined to sleep in her own flat, she set out for home, not realizing it would be a journey she would never complete. On the morning of May 29, 2008, a grim discovery was made in Glasgow's Queen's Park. A park ranger discovered a lifeless woman's body concealed behind a privet hedge. The tragic scene was nothing short of terrifying. The woman lay face down in the bushes, her lower body exposed, wearing only a pair of socks. Her jacket and bra had been torn, and her trousers were discarded between her legs. Moira's name and personal information were discovered nearby, leading the police to her apartment. To their dismay, there was no sign of Moira at home. They were concerned that the lifeless body they discovered could be hers. The authorities took immediate action and contacted Moira's parents, Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones, who lived in Weston, Staffordshire. The agonizing message they delivered was that they believed Moira's body had been discovered, but they couldn't be certain. They needed the bereaved parents to identify their daughter with heavy hearts and unfathomable grief. Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones made the somber trip to Glasgow. Their worst fears were confirmed when they saw the lifeless body. It was Moira, their beloved daughter. The unimaginable had become a harsh and cruel reality. Moira not only died tragically, but she also suffered the most horrifying fate. She was raped and beaten to death. Moira's younger brother, Grant, who lives all the way in Perth, Australia, received heartbreaking news of his sister's tragic death. He boarded the next available flight back to the United Kingdom, driven by a desire to be with his family during this extremely difficult time. As the investigation into Moira Jones's murder continued, the police faced a perplexing challenge. They had positively identified Moira, but her assailant remained unknown, elusive and unidentified. DNA evidence found on the lawyer's body had definitively ruled out her boyfriend, Paul, as a suspect. Nonetheless, the DNA profile obtained from the crime scene did not match anyone in the United Kingdom's extensive database. In their search for answers, the police cast a wide net, investigating the activities of 22 registered sex offenders living in the area and conducting interviews. They also spoke with people who had committed crimes near the park and underage drinkers who were known to frequent the area. Unfortunately, none of these conversations resulted in significant progress in the case. However, the investigators were able to piece together a timeline of events and obtain crucial CCTV footage showing a man in Moira's company. This unidentified man became the focus of the investigation, and police were eager to find and question him. The investigation's turning point occurred during door-to-door inquiries. When the police spoke with a woman named Lucy Pechlova, her information would prove to be the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Moira Jones' tragic death. Lucy's account to the police revealed the presence of a man named Marek Harkar, a 6'3" old former Slovakian soldier. Lucy and Marek previously worked together in Liverpool in 2007. Marek arrived in Glasgow on May 18, 2008. When he needed a place to stay, Lucy offered him her bed on Queen's Drive. Marek's visit to Lucy's house, however, was not productive. Although he was supposed to be job hunting, he instead drank heavily and watched explicit videos. Marek left the bedside around 10 p.m. On May 28, allegedly drunk, and informed Lucy that he was going out to find a lady of easy virtue. Marek returned to the bedside around 3:15 a.m. According to Lucy, he looked different the next morning and appeared to be afraid of something. Surprisingly, Marek left the bedside on June 1, abandoning all of his belongings without warning. Later investigations revealed that Marek flew to the Czech Republic and then traveled by bus to Slovakia. Lucy handed over Marek's possessions to the police, who conducted DNA testing and discovered a crucial link to the crime, marking a significant breakthrough in the case. A Marek's black leather jacket was discovered to contain traces of Morris blood, providing compelling evidence with significant implications for the ongoing investigation. Marek Harker's arrest and extradition to the United Kingdom marks a significant development in the Moira Jones case. He faced a number of serious charges, including murder, rape, and robbery, and his trial began on March 12, 2009, in Glasgow. Throughout the proceedings, Marek maintained a not guilty plea to all charges. The court heard that Marek arrived in the United Kingdom in 2007. Morris had been in Glasgow for only 10 days when he was tragically murdered. The prosecution's case centered on Marek as the perpetrator. They presented a compelling story, alleging that on the night of May 28, Moira was on her way home from her boyfriend's house. But Marek had completely different plans. He had been drinking heavily, including beer and vodka, and was overheard saying he was going out to find a woman. Moira returned to her flat, where she had originally planned to spend the night, carrying a large black overnight bag and parking her car about 60 yards away near Queen's Park, according to the prosecution. It was approximately 11:30 p.m. The prosecution claimed that at this point, Marek approached Moira and forced her to walk along a path with him. CCTV footage obtained from a passing first bus captured two people crossing Langside Road and walking along the perimeter of Queen's Park, providing crucial evidence. The jury noticed a stark difference in height and stature between the two figures in the footage. Moira, who stood only 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed less than 9 stone, appeared much smaller than the man accompanying her. The prosecution claimed that the towering figure was Marek, who, at 6 feet 3 inches and a kickboxing enthusiast, had a significant physical advantage over Moira. The prosecution also outlined the written Marek allegedly forced Moirato to accompany a witness who reported seeing a man and a woman near a holly bush near the tennis courts, where 6 buttons from the wire top and a cigarette buttock bearing Marek's DNA were found. Furthermore, CCTV footage captured a man exiting the park near Queen's Park Baptist Church on Ballvicker Drive at 2:15 a.m. The prosecution claimed that this individual was Marek, who had been alone at the time. The prosecution's case painted a bleak and distressing picture of the events at Queen's Park. According to their account, Marek Harker forced Moira into the park, assaulted her violently and sexually, and stole some of her belongings. The autopsy findings revealed the horrific extent of Moira's injuries and shed light on the harrowing attack she had to endure. Moira's autopsy results indicated that she did not die from her injuries before 2 a.m., implying that she may have survived her ordeal for about 2.5 hours. Moira had sustained 65 distinct blunt force trauma injuries as a result of punches, kicks, and stomps, according to the examination. These injuries were the result of severe and sustained blunt force trauma. A forensic pathologist identified 65 external injuries, including a broken nose and 2 black eyes. Moira suffered brain damage, fractures to her right cheekbone and larynx, and bruised ribs. She had extensive bruising on her head and face, and one of her front teeth had been knocked out. Bruising spread to her chest, back, legs, and buttocks. Dr. Black's compelling testimony, which revealed the tragic details surrounding Moira Jones' death, captivated the courtroom. Dr. Black, an expert witness, revealed that Moira's head and neck injuries were the primary factors contributing to her tragic death. In a chilling revelation, she suggested that small hemorrhages in Moira's eyes indicated a possible asphyxiation factor in her death. The presence of bruises on the backs of her hands and arms raised additional concerns, which Dr. Black described as common defensive injuries. Dr. Black's expert testimony also highlighted the distressing aspect of the case. There was no evidence of a weapon being used in the attack. Instead, she believed the injuries were caused by physical blows to the fists or feet. Moira speculated that the extensive bruising on her neck was caused by an arm, leg, or knee compressing more of his neck while she was on the ground. As Dr. Black described additional distressing findings, the courtroom atmosphere became increasingly somber. Moira's brain was bleeding between layers, and there was a moderate amount of blood in her windpipe, indicating the gruesome ordeal she had been through. It was later discovered that she had swallowed some of the blood during the attack. Dr. Black also revealed that Moira had consumed other items during the assault, including bark fragments, grassy fragments, plant cuticle fragments, and leaf skeleton fragments. The implications were chilling, implying that Moira had been forced to consume these items while alive. The final damning piece of evidence was the DNA discovery. A vaginal swab yielded a semen sample from the boy's body, and DNA found on more of his clothes and body matched Merrick's DNA, with the jury being told that there was 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance that it belonged to someone other than Merrick. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, each contributing their own piece to the chilling puzzle of Moira Jones' murder. Several residents near Queen's Park reported hearing disturbing noises on the night of May 28. One woman who lives in a flat overlooking the park recalled a chilling incident in which a loud scream pierced the night, only to be abruptly silenced. Other couples strolling through the park reported hearing Moira's obvious distress. Even a cab driver turned to his partner and said, "If there was a murder, we just heard about it." It was a shocking revelation that, despite the busy street and the large number of people who heard a woman screaming and in distress, no one intervened or called the police, allowing the tragic events to unfold in silence. In addition, a neighbor who lived near the bedside where Merrick stayed provided compelling testimony. He described how Mara approached him on the night of May 28th, frantically saying, "I'm looking for a woman." In her closing statements, the prosecutor urged the jury to convict her based on the evidence presented. The prosecutor painted a chilling picture of the heinous murder witnessed by Moira Jones, pleading with the jury to base their decision on evidence, rather than the overwhelming emotional horror of the event. On the other side of the courtroom, the defense vehemently claimed that the police had charged the wrong man. They claimed that 3 other men were involved in the murder, despite Merrick's innocence, and that one of these men, Jason Mulrin, a convicted sex offender, was at Lucy's bedside during the crime. They pointed out similarities between his previous criminal acts and Moira's attack, emphasizing his lack of an alibi on the night Moira was killed. The defense also claimed that Jason confessed to the murder to his ex-girlfriend, who became so concerned that she reported it to the police. However, when Jason testified in court, he categorically denied any involvement in Moira's rape or death, contradicting the defense's allegations. The defense urged the jury to find Marek not guilty and to consider the possibility that another man was responsible for the murder. They also emphasized the importance of skepticism when evaluating the prosecution's DNA evidence, reminding the jury that scientists can only provide probabilities and that DNA should be viewed as one piece of evidence among many. Marek Harkar's fate now lay in the hands of the jury, which had the difficult task of determining the truth in this complex and chilling case. The trial lasted 20 days and kept the courtroom in suspense. However, the jury delivered its verdict quickly, finding Marek guilty of all charges in less than 2 hours. The judge imposed a harsh sentence, sentencing Marek to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. In the aftermath of Moira's tragic murder, her family turned their grief into a noble cause. They founded the Moira Fund, a charity that helps families in the United Kingdom who have been bereaved by murder. The charity provides grants to cover a variety of expenses, including funeral costs and transportation to court, assisting those in need during their darkest hours. Moira's memory continues to provide comfort and support to others who have experienced similar tragedies. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Tuesday, January 14, 2014, just before noon, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a residence in Frisco, Texas, USA, to conduct a welfare check on Anna Moses, a 43-year-old woman living independently. Her boyfriend, Michael Stodnick, expressed concern when he couldn't reach her. They were scheduled to meet for a date the night before, but when Michael arrived at Anna's house at 7:30 p.m., it was dark or the lights were turned off, and her car was not in the driveway. This was unusual because Anna usually left her car in the driveway except for inclement weather when she parked it in the garage. Michael rang the doorbell, called, and texted, but received no response. Following his initial attempt to contact Anna, Michael drove to a nearby Starbucks and waited 15 minutes. He returned to Anna's house and found no apparent change, so he decided to go home. The next morning, Michael tried again to reach Anna via text messages and phone calls, but received no response. Concerned, he contacted some of her friends, who also reported not hearing from her at 9 a.m. On the morning of January 14, Michael returned to Anna's house and discovered that her trash bins were still at the front, and packages remained unopened on her doorstep. Despite having a house key, Michael refrained from entering because he was unfamiliar with the alarm code. The situation indicated that Anna had not returned home from work on the 13th. Michael contacted the police and requested a welfare check after becoming concerned about Anna's well-being. The police advised him to contact the University of Texas at Dallas Police, which was Anna's last known location. Anna worked as a statistical analyst in the UDA's strategy department and had worked all day on January 13th. Michael went to the campus and spoke with the police, but they did not appear concerned. They only took Anna's disappearance seriously after her boss reported her missing. His boss also informed them that she had not been at work on the morning of January 14. Following this report, a 911 call was placed, prompting the police to arrive, but as residents, nothing seemed out of place. There was no evidence of forced entry. They contacted Anna's son, Igor, who had a key and met them at the house. The alarm was disarmed at 12 or 5 p.m. According to the alarm log, for the first time since January 13 morning, the question remained, where was Anna? The police searched several rooms and found Anna's lifeless body in the garage, where she had been fatally shot. Despite her death, she remained dressed in her coat and scarf. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to be missing other than her car. Her purse containing money was discovered next to her, and mail was scattered around her. Notably, an empty Taco Bell sack with a quesadilla wrapper was on the ground nearby. Anna had 7 gunshot wounds distributed as follows: 1 in the neck, 2 in the chest, 3 in the back, and 1 that did not break the skin, with the bullet lodged in her clothing. She also had abrasions on her left hand and a minor abrasion on her right hand, which could be the result of a fall or defensive wounds. Surprisingly, the police discovered 11 cartridge cases in the garage, which contradicted the initial count of 7. Interestingly, there were no bullet holes in the garage. This led the police to suspect that the crime scene had been staged to give the appearance of a robbery. Notably, no fingerprints were found on the patio door or the interior garage door. The police believe Anna was murdered on the evening of January 13 as she returned home from her job at the University of Texas at Dallas. The crucial question remains: who is responsible for Anna's murder? The investigation into Anna's death generated more questions than answers. Originally from Russia, she moved to the United States after meeting Robert Moses. Their union led to marriage, and Robert was formally adopted by his son Igor. Initially, the family appeared close-knit, with Robert and Igor having a strong bond. However, as the years passed and Anna gained confidence in her new American life, she began to engage in activities separate from Robert, causing strains in their relationship, and his interactions with other men contributed to the breakdown of her marriage. One of these connections was with Dr. John Wheeler-Kowski, a colleague who would generously provide her with financial assistance when necessary. Anna also spent time with Jerry Casper, a man who shared her passion for opera and musicals. Jerry was so taken with Anna that he dedicated books of poetry to her. Despite this, he claimed there was nothing romantic between him and Anna because he was married. During their investigation, the police spoke with one of Anna's friends, Dr. Jacques, a Christian who worked at the University of Texas at Dallas. Dr. Christian described an incident that occurred on December 15, 2012, between Anna and her ex-husband Robert. According to Dr. Christian, Anna was in great distress and contacted her, claiming that she was trapped inside a closet with her 2 dogs. The police were called, but the incident was reported as an error. Dr. Christian stated that Anna appeared genuinely afraid of Robert, recalling an encounter in which Anna was visibly shaken and expressed concern that he would kill me tonight. Anna and Robert finalized their divorce in March 2013. Despite the separation, Robert remained in the house while Robert moved to a home shared with 3 other divorced men, most notably their son Igor, who maintained close ties with both parents and paid frequent visits to them. Despite their divorce, Robert continued to assist Anna with household repairs as needed. Surprisingly, Anna did not tell any friends or family about her lingering fears about Robert following the divorce. In fact, she appeared content and happy, having found companionship through online dating. Anna had been in a year-long relationship with Michael, whom she met through Match.com. When questioned by the police, Robert gave his version of events on January 13. He claimed to have spent the day watching football at home before visiting Twin Peaks Bar. Surveillance footage confirmed his timeline, with him entering the bar at 7:06 p.m. and leaving at 7:57 p.m. During the questioning, the police discovered a small cut on Robert's right hand, just above the knuckle of his ring finger, with blood seeping through the bandage. Despite this, Robert cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and allowing the police to search his room. During the search of Robert's belongings, several firearms were discovered, including a Ruger long rifle, a black pocket pistol, and a black Browning buckmark target pistol. However, extensive testing eliminated these firearms as the murder weapon. The day after Anna's body was discovered, her car was found a few blocks away from her home. Upon inspection, the police discovered blood on the driver's seat, as well as muddy footprints on the car's hood and on top of the vehicle. Inside the car, a Red Bull can on the backseat passenger side and a cigarette butt on the floorboard raised suspicions because Anna was not known to smoke or drink energy drinks. The police believed that the blood found in the car was consistent with the type of injury on Robert's right hand. Subsequent DNA testing revealed that the blood in Anna's car matched Robert's DNA sample. When asked about the blood, Robert initially claimed ignorance, saying he couldn't think of a reason for its presence. He later admitted to being in Anna's car on January 28, 2015, explaining that he was fixing a broken water pipe in the garage at the time. Following these findings, Robert was charged with murder. The prosecution built its case on the assertion that Robert was the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to commit Anna's murder, claiming that everything pointed to him. It points to nowhere else. Their disagreements revolved around the belief that Robert murdered Anna for personal financial gain. The court learned of this on January 13. Anna left for work at 8:23 a.m., as she usually does, and setting the house alarm before she leaves. She spent the day at work, with a tea break around 2 p.m. Alongside Dr. Wheeler-Kowski, Anna finished her workday at 5 p.m., her usual departure time. At 5:02 p.m., video surveillance captured her walking into the parking garage at work. At 5:07 p.m., Anna drove away from the garage, stopping at a Taco Bell drive-thru to buy a chicken quesadilla. Crucially, surveillance near an elementary school near Anna's house captured a car resembling Anna's passing by at 5:44 p.m. This begs the question, if Anna drove home, was someone waiting for her inside the garage? The prosecution's case was heavily based on establishing the timing of Anna's death, which the police claimed occurred between 5:50 p.m. and 5:50 p.m. and 5:55 p.m. Testimonies in court included statements from people who live on the street where Anna's car was discovered. Stephen Brockway testified that on January 14, around 1 p.m., at 1:40 p.m., he and a friend were moving a trailer and there were no cars parked nearby. He returned around 3 p.m. and noticed an SUV parked there. Another neighbor reported seeing a blue Chevrolet truck on the street around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Based on this information, the police concluded that Anna's car was most likely left there after 6 p.m. On January 14, it was revealed in court that the police had interviewed the other men in Anna's life. Specifically, Michael and Jerry. Both men willingly provided DNA samples for investigation, but Michael denied possessing any firearms. Jerry, on the other hand, admitted to owning a 9mm Glock and a 2-point target pistol. Although the police did not recover these weapons, the court learned from toll records that Jerry left his Arlington workplace around 5:18 p.m. on January 13 and exited the Renner Road toll booth at 6 p.m. This information, when combined with the police's belief about Anna's death time, suggested that Jerry was not in a position to be responsible for the crime at the time it occurred. These details were presented to the court in order to rule out any other possible suspects. The court was informed that Dr. Wheeler-Kowski had been excluded as a suspect based on toll records confirming he was in Garland Robert on his way home at 5:47 p.m. Furthermore, the type of firearm he owned, a .40 caliber Glock, did not match the gun used to kill Anna. DNA testing of the Red Bull can and cigarette butt found in Anna's car revealed that the DNA belonged to an unknown male. Despite entering the profile into the combined DNA index system, there were no matches. The prosecution emphasized the financial motive, claiming that Robert stood to benefit financially from Anna's death. A review of his financial records revealed that several credit cards were nearly maxed out. During police interviews, Robert allegedly expressed a strong interest in Anna's finances. Michael informed the police that shortly after Anna's death, Robert inquired about her financial situation and approached Anna's mother to inquire about the location of Anna's jewelry. Dr. Christian testified that she overheard Robert saying that it would be beneficial if he lived in Anna's house to avoid the cost of maintaining 2 homes. Tatiana Heber, another Anna friend, described Robert as a businessman who was interested in Anna's bank accounts, passwords, and other documents. The court learned that Frank Shuvra, Anna's independent executor, advised Igor to set up a trust, but Robert told him to deposit the money in a bank account. Instead, Igor was named the beneficiary of Anna's $750,000 life insurance policy. On February 4, 2015, Anna's estate deposited $25,000 into Robert and Igor's joint bank account. Igor claimed that the money was used to pay off the car he was driving, which Robert had previously owned and had since transferred to Igor. The proceeds were also used to pay off Anna's mortgage. The defense claimed that in their focus on Robert, the police failed to thoroughly investigate other men in Anna's life. They stated that the items discovered in Anna's car, as well as the footprints, did not match Robert's DNA, and that the weapon used to murder Anna had yet to be found. In Robert's defense, it was argued that he was not financially impacted by Anna's death. Robert claimed that his move into Anna's house was solely to assist Igor, who was the beneficiary of his life insurance. Igor supported this claim, testifying that Robert's decision to move in was his own, motivated by a desire for assistance in managing bills and household responsibilities. The trial revealed that Anna took excellent care of Igor, doing everything for him, so it was not uncommon for him to seek assistance with bill payment. Igor testified about the blood stain discovered in Anna's car, claiming that it had been there for years and was not a new or fresh stain. The defense also questioned the accuracy of the time of death. The medical examiner stated during the trial that Anna's stomach contents had been nearly completely digested. The defense argued that if she had eaten the quesadilla and died before 6 p.m., there would have been more identifiable food remnants in her stomach. This raises the possibility that she was murdered later, providing an alibi for Robert and some of Anna's other male acquaintances. Despite the defense's arguments, a Collin County jury found Robert Arthur Moses guilty of first-degree murder of his ex-wife Anna over finances and their relationship in late 2016, sentencing him to life in prison after more than 8 hours of deliberation. In court, prosecutors referred to the then 64-year-old as a calculating killer, claiming that Anna, 43, was targeted and ambushed at the time she died. She was shot in her prime, and no one should ever fear him again. Following his conviction, he filed an appeal to challenge the court's decision. Robert's appeal focused on a lack of evidence, claiming that the conviction was based solely on conjecture and speculation. The appeal centered on specific pieces of evidence, including the chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell and the unexplained large sum of money in Anna's savings account at the time of her death. Concerning the chicken quest idea, the appeal focused on Dr. Williams' testimony, which challenged the established time of Anna's death. Dr. Rohor acknowledged that if Anna had eaten a chicken quesadilla on her way home at 5:45 p.m., it is reasonable to expect the stomach contents to be partially digested after being shot 10 minutes later. However, he testified that he could not recognize any type of food in Anna's stomach contents, casting doubt on the timeline's accuracy. The appeal argued that the uncertainty about the digestion of the chicken quesadilla calls into question the accuracy of Anna's time of death, implying that she was killed after 7 p.m. Is true, this assertion would provide an alibi for Robert, who was reportedly at the Twin Peaks bar at the time. Furthermore, the appeal highlighted Anna's substantial savings account, emphasizing the significant increase in funds over a 23-month period, despite the fact that her spending records showed she spent the majority of her income. The appeal faulted the police for failing to investigate the source of the funds. However, the state appeals court rejected Robert's arguments regarding the quesadilla. The court stated that no one knew what happened to it, or if Anna consumed it. Regarding Anna's savings, the court noted that prosecutors brought it up during the trial, claiming that some of the money came from a former romantic interest who wanted to help Anna. Despite the appeal, the court upheld Robert's conviction, and he is still incarcerated. The rejection of the appeal upholds the previous judgment and preserves the trial outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The tragic story of the Rose family is regarded as one of the most bizarre and perplexing crimes committed in America in recent years. This case stood out to investigators not only for its cynicism and cruelty, but also because the victims and alleged perpetrators were close relatives. Despite the fact that many years have passed since the crime was committed and the perpetrator has long served his harsh sentence in prison, this story still has many unanswered questions and white spots. Many people still question the fairness of the court's decision. Now let us get down to business. It was an ordinary family living in a provincial suburb of Bristol, Tennessee, who had never been on law enforcement's radar before. Curtis and Lena Maria Rose, an elderly couple who had lived together for more than 40 years, led the family. They had 2 grown daughters and 6 grandchildren, but we'll focus on the family members who were directly involved in this high-profile case. So at the time of the crime, the elderly owners, Curtis and Lena Maria Rose, were present in the house and surrounding area, along with their eldest daughter, 39-year-old Tasha Milhorn, her husband James, and 6 children. Tasha and James had 2 shared children, and the other 3 were heirs from a previous relationship. A neighbor girl stopped by the house to play with them. It is worth noting that Tasha and James, along with their children, spent about 2 months living at Tasha's parents' house while their own home was being renovated. Later, another key player in those events, 19-year-old Seth Denton, arrived at the house. He was Tasha's eldest son, but his relationship with his mother and stepfather was strained, to say the least, and they avoided communicating with each other in any way possible. Their most recent meeting ended tragically, according to neighbors. The Rose couple was very happy and prosperous. Their daughter Tasha was happily married to James, who worked as an auto mechanic and enjoyed restoring vintage cars. The carnage took place at the Rose couple's family home. Police officers who responded to the call later described it as the worst crime scene they had ever seen and the bloodiest in the history of their quiet county. The bodies of 2 women, Lena Maria and Tasha, a mother and daughter, were discovered in the house, shot nearly point blank. Tasha was sitting in a chair at the dining room table, while her mother lay on the floor between the table and the refrigerator. James, Tasha's husband, was also lying on the doorstep of the house, critically injured and being rushed to the hospital. Despite the doctor's efforts, the man died as a result of severe internal injuries and blood loss. There were no injuries among the children in the house. They were most likely not targeted by the shooter or were simply out of his field of vision during the adults' massacre. Almost immediately after the crime, the police received 2 consecutive phone calls. The first call came from the house's owner, Curtis Rose, who reported that his eldest grandson Seth had committed a shooting and then fled the scene. But then Seth called, telling a different version of what had happened and blaming it all on his grandfather Curtis. In addition, Seth was wounded in the arm, and Curtis admitted to shooting him, claiming that he was trying to detain his grandson and prevent him from fleeing the scene of the massacre. Seth Denton, the alleged killer, was apprehended in a hospital after seeking medical attention for the wound. The investigation then sought to retrace the tragic events and determine what actually occurred in the Rose family's home. Surprisingly, only one version was used as the foundation for the investigation, with the second version receiving serious consideration only a few years later. On August 29, 2015, around 6 p.m., residents of houses near the crime scene heard a series of gunshots. No one paid much attention because there were forests nearby where hunting wild animals and birds was permitted. Later, one of the neighbors stated that he was concerned about the number of shots and then the silence, but he did not believe it was a good reason to call the police. Another neighbor testified at the trial that, in addition to the gunshots, he heard screaming and went out onto his house's porch to see what was happening. At that point, he noticed a young man running down the path from the neighbor's house to a parked car on
the road. He was being pursued by another man, but the witness had a limited view of what was going on due to the trees along the road. He only saw the guy jump into the car. Then 2 shots rang out, and the car took off. Just a few minutes later, neighbors heard sirens and saw police and emergency vehicles approaching Rose's home. Soon, an air ambulance helicopter landed on the lawn outside the house, ready to pick up James, who was still alive. Everything was like a movie shoot and none of the witnesses knew what was going on.
Arriving police officers were greeted by the elderly owner of the house, who was holding a firearm. Another gun belonging to him was later discovered in his bedroom. Curtis provided his version of events, which was used as the foundation for the investigation and was long thought to be the only one. Curtis claims there was no reason to pretend trouble that day. In his and his wife's home, he saw his daughter, her son-in-law, and grandchildren, as well as a neighbor's child who came to play. He was tinkering with his trailer in the backyard of the house. He heard gunshots, but like most neighbors, didn't pay much attention, assuming they were hunters in the woods. Suddenly, his oldest grandson, Seth, appeared at the trailer, unannounced and excited. The young man said there had been a tragedy and asked him to contact emergency services. Curtis immediately followed his grandson into the house, where he discovered the bodies of his wife and daughter. Curtis immediately thought about the children in the house. They were in the other room, terrified, but none of them were injured. He led them to the back of the house and locked them up so they couldn't see the horror that was going on inside. While Curtis was calling 911, he noticed his grandson hurrying out of the house and running toward the road. The homeowner drew his gun and began chasing Seth, believing he was the murderer. As Seth got into the car, Grandpa fired 2 shots. One bullet shattered the rear window without hitting the driver, while the second struck Seth in the left shoulder. Despite his injuries, he managed to flee. But after reaching the nearest house, Seth paused to call the police and report what had happened. The local sheriff, who was conducting an investigation, was puzzled. The crime scene appeared so strange and illogical that he couldn't recall any similar cases. In a breaking news report, he stated that the investigators had a difficult task ahead of them in reconstructing the entire crime scene. Following the arrest of Seth Denton, it was necessary to determine why the young man treated his family members so cruelly. Most surprisingly, such a motive was quickly discovered. Seth was Tosha's eldest child, whom she had given birth to when she was very young. Her relationship with the boy's father did not work out, and her son was primarily raised by his grandparents. While the young woman settled her personal life, some reports indicate that Tosha suffered from bipolar affective disorder and visited the clinic on a regular basis. Her son may also inherit this disease. The boy harbored a deep resentment for his mother, whom he rarely saw. With age, this feeling evolved into hatred, which Seth frequently expressed to friends and relatives. After graduation, the guy decided to join the army, and when he returned home a year later, he settled back in with his grandparents. However, the young man soon realized that he wanted to start his own life and relocated to the city, where he rented a small apartment with a friend. He got a job at a local fast food restaurant, but shortly before the tragedy, he was fired. Family and friends spoke highly of Seth, noting that he had no violent tendencies, did not associate with bad companies, and never broke the law. Despite these positive characteristics, detectives believed that Seth's main motivation for the crime was his dislike for his mother and her current spouse. According to the investigation, the events of that day unfolded as follows. Around 5 p.m., Seth drove his car to his grandparents' house. He wore a camouflage jacket and had a semi-automatic rifle in the car. He left the car by the roadside and entered the house through the back door, carrying the weapon. Seth then fired several shots, killing his mother and grandmother and severely injuring his stepfather, before leaving the jacket and rifle by the back door and going to his grandfather's house to ask him to call the cops. The order in which the shots were fired was never determined because Seth denied all guilt. Furthermore, it was unclear why he asked his grandfather to contact the police rather than fleeing the scene of the crime. It is assumed that his primary targets were his mother and stepfather, and the man murdered his grandmother as an unnecessary witness. The main evidence proving Seth's guilt in the case was his jacket and rifle found on the threshold at the back door of the house, traces of blood on his shoes, and bullets discovered in his car. Surprisingly, approximately 100 rounds of ammunition were discovered, but no one questioned why he required so many if he only intended to kill 2 people. Another unusual feature was the timing. According to the grandfather, Seth hurriedly left the house after he and his grandson entered and saw the terrible picture. Curtis found and rescued the children, called the police, pulled out his gun, and eventually caught up with his grandson and shot him twice. It wasn't until 2016 that the young man presented his version of events in court, which no one had previously considered for whatever reason. According to Seth, he has always been close to his grandparents, who raised him, but he avoids meetings with his mother at all costs. As a teenager, he frequently visited shooting ranges with his grandfather, who encouraged him to join the army. On that fateful day, Seth called his maternal aunt Amanda, his mother's younger sister, and explained that he was going to see his grandparents but did not want to meet his mother there. The woman was unaware that Tosha and her husband were visiting her parents, so she assured Seth that he could leave without fear of encountering his mother and stepfather. Amanda confirmed this information in court, stating that her nephew could not have known Tosha and James were at Rose's home. Seth had hoped to go to the shooting range with his grandfather, which is why he had brought a rifle and so many rounds of ammunition. He drove up to the house, grabbed the gun, and went directly to the trailer where Grandpa usually worked. There, his grandson showed him his rifle and they had a brief conversation about it. Curtis then walked towards the house, holding the rifle, and his grandson followed him. Seth knew his grandfather had a gun and expected him to follow him, and then they would shoot targets together. However, when Curtis entered the room, he immediately opened fire, leaving the people in the room with no time to react and no attempt to flee or hide. According to Seth's lawyers, Curtis may have been temporarily insane when he killed members of his family, but this version appeared untenable, so it was not initially considered or marked in court. Although traces of the victim's blood were found on an elderly man's clothes and shoes, he was not initially included in the list of suspects. The young man in the dock faced the death penalty for the premeditated murder of 3 of his family members. His grandfather had been a key witness in the case from the start, and despite openly stating that he was willing to kill his grandson that day, the court found his actions justified. Curtis Rose was not taken to the station or questioned as a suspect, and his account of the events of that day was accepted as the only true one. Furthermore, many details and inconsistencies were simply overlooked, and Seth's version was not even considered until a year and a half after the incident. The majority of the physical evidence confirmed Curtis's words, but what was missing from the picture was somehow ignored by the investigation. The main argument in court was that Mr. Rose had no obvious reason for killing his wife, daughter, and son-in-law. The concept of temporary insanity seemed unrealistic and untenable. The trial lasted more than a week, with nearly 200 pieces of evidence presented and dozens of witnesses, including neighbors, relatives, and family friends, testifying. The grandfather and grandson's testimony contradicted each other, and it was clear that one of them was lying. The jury deliberated over several days. They admitted to being emotionally and physically exhausted, but when it came time to reach a verdict, they all agreed that the defendant was guilty of all of the charges. Thus, Seth Denton was found guilty of 3 murders. However, after a thorough review of all of the evidence and circumstances surrounding the tragedy, the court decided to exclude the death penalty from the possible punishments, instead imposing a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the next 50 years. The convict himself never admitted guilt. He's currently serving his sentence in a Tennessee prison. The orphaned children of Tasha and James Milhorn were placed in the care of other family members, including their Aunt Amanda and grandfather Curtis. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.